I'd like to call this special council meeting to order. Before we proceed, I want to acknowledge that the land upon which we are gathered is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Adirondack, and the Anishinaabe people. We are the beneficiaries of ancient agreements, such as the dish with one spoon, between the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee, who agreed to share the abundance of the land through peace, friendship, and mutual respect. The two-row wampum, by which the Haudenosaunee welcomed the settlers and agreed to share the land in mutual respect, and the Treaty of Niagara, considered a fundamental document by First Nations in all future relations and treaties with the British. We recognize that we have a responsibility to be stewards of the land in recognition and collaboration and cooperation with the Indigenous peoples, not only for one generation, but for all generations to come. We understand that we have an obligation to learn the lessons of our history, educate ourselves about the experiences of the Indigenous people, and seek opportunities to heal the wounds that will result in reconciliation with our Indigenous sisters and brothers. Many First Nations, Métis, and Innu people live and work in Fort Erie. We stand with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands on which we live. We have the good fortune to live in a land of such abundance, diversity, and beauty. Let us be vigilant in protecting Turtle Island. Mr. Clerk, the roll call.
Your Worship, Councillor Noyes is absent this evening and sends her regrets. All other members of Council are present.
Thank you. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? There being none, we have a public meeting this evening, which is a, beg your pardon? Sorry. Do you have a declaration? Okay. So we have a public meeting this evening. It's a proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment with respect to 436 to 440 Ridge Road North. That's a public meeting under the Planning Act, which is provincial legislation. There's a process by which members of council will receive a report from a staff member providing us with background information. That individual is subject to questions by members of council. We will then hear from the proponent who, or the proponent's agent with respect to the application, and that individual will also be subject to questions by members of council. We'll then ask if there's anyone who wishes to speak in favor of the application other than the applicant. Mr. Patton is monitoring the internet so that if there are any individuals who wish to zoom in, we'll ask if there's anyone there. Again, anyone who wishes to speak will be subject to questions by members of council. And then finally, we'll get to anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the application or who wishes to ask questions of council with respect to the application. Again, we'll go to the digital waiting room in case there's anyone there. Once that's been done, I'll ask the clerk if there have been any correspondence that's been received since the report was prepared. All of you know that we've received a fair amount of communication from members of the public with respect to the issue, so that will be part of the public record with respect to this matter. After we've completed the public meeting, there is a report on our agenda this evening that members of council will be dealing with. When I say the public record, I mean the record that is created and that will eventually come back to council in the guise of a recommendation report, whereby staff will be providing us with their advice after having heard from the public at the open house, at this public meeting, after having heard council's comments with respect to this, and then we'll receive that recommendation report. We, of course, also hear from the applicant with respect to its views with respect to the application. We have received a lot of communication with respect to this application, and there is a lot of development proposed for Ridgeway. So I just want to make sure that everyone here is aware of the fact that council is dealing with these applications in a context. And the context basically is that we don't generate applications for development. We receive applications for development proposals, whether it's an official plan amendment, a zoning amendment, a subdivision application, etc., from people who own property. And those individuals have the right to make the application. We have a legislative responsibility to process the applications in accordance with provisions of legislation presented by the provincial government. And some of you may have heard of Bill 23, which was passed by the provincial government a couple of years ago, it outlines some pretty stringent timelines for this council to deal, any council, to deal with development applications. And if we don't meet those timelines, then there are pecuniary penalties that the town has to pay by refunding fees to the developer if we don't meet those timelines. Now, that may change in the future. It looks like the provincial government may change that and take some of the pressure off of municipalities, but that's part of the context within which we are dealing. There's also other legislation, other rules that outline what the province's expectations are in terms of density, in terms of infilling, et cetera. Those are all pieces of legislation, policy statements that we have an obligation to have regard to when we're trying to make decisions relative to these applications. We also have regional official plan and policies with respect to developments, and then we have our own official plan and zoning bylaw and other policies. So that's the broader context within which we work. Some of the emails that we received would suggest that we don't live in Fort Erie, that some of us didn't grow up in Fort Erie, that we don't have family and friends that live in Fort Erie. We're as concerned about what happens in Fort Erie as all of the residents, not just in Ridgeway, but throughout the community. So I think you should appreciate the fact that we're trying to balance what we see. We've adopted a strategic plan that places great emphasis on our existing neighborhoods, our natural heritage, our built heritage, the history of this community. So we're trying to balance that with the pressures that are being put on us by those who want to develop land and the provincial government that wants to build homes faster. So that's the background. We will be trying to deal with this in as professional a fashion as we can. So when we're dealing with this, I would ask that we don't hear any clapping, what have you. This is us trying to make a decision that will be hopefully reflective of where the community goes in the future. And the decisions that we make really are in the broad context of the whole community, bearing in mind what you folks have to say, bearing in mind what the developer has to say, bearing in mind what the provincial government has to say. So having said all of that, I'm going to call upon Darrell Vanderveen, who is the staff member responsible for this particular matter, and he will provide us with some background information. I would also point out that there are some seats at the front here for any of you who are standing who might wish to sit down. And I believe we're also showing the proceeding on a screen outside in the atrium if you wanted to sit down there. But you're certainly welcome to stand if you wish. Mr. Vanderveen.
Good evening, Mayor Redekop, members of council, members of the public here in attendance, and who also may be joining here on Zoom. As the mayor mentioned, this is the public meeting for a proposed combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment that was received for 436 to 440 Ridge Road North in Ridgeway. The owners of that property are 2855546 Ontario Limited and Stephen Fisher. The agent on behalf of the owner is Upper Canada Consultants, Ethan Leman. So this application is seeking to permit the development of a 5-story apartment building with 91 dwelling units, 6 2- and 3-story semi-detached dwellings with a total of 12 dwelling units, and a mixed-use building with 3 commercial units and 12 residential dwelling units. Notification of the April 18, 2024 public meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act by placing a public notice sign on the subject property on March 28, 2024. In addition, all property owners within 120 meters were mailed the notice of complete application and public meeting on March 28, 2024. So this slide shows a timeline of the development application process. So town staff had a pre-consultation meeting with the applicant in August of 2023. The application was submitted and deemed complete on February 8, 2024. We held a public information open house in the atrium, which was also well attended on February 28, 2024. And this evening, April 18, 2024, is the statutory public meeting for the application and the staff information report. So the mayor kind of touched on this already, but just to reiterate it, In accordance with Bill 109, the proposed combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application is subject to a 120-day processing and review timeline. The clock starts the date that the application was deemed complete, which was February 8th, 2024, and will stop the day when council makes a decision on the application. Today marks day 70 of the 120-day time frame. This application will be subject to refunds if the 120-day timeline is exceeded. The deadline for decision on this application is June 7th, 2024. So this is a neighborhood location map of the subject property. It's highlighted there in yellow. It's located in the Ridgeway Thunder Bay neighborhood of the town of Fort Erie on the east side of Ridge Road North. The parcel is within the urban boundary. The site is approximately 1.3 hectares in area. The following summarizes the land uses surrounding the subject property. To the north, single detached dwellings and a commercial use along Ridge Road North. To the south, single detached dwellings, a mixed use building, an apartment building, the Ridgeway Museum, the former fire station number 4, and vacant land owned by the town. To the east, single detached dwellings along Prospect Point Road North. To the west, single detached dwellings along Ridge Road North. So this is the proposed site plan that has been revised since the initial information open house meeting. Just to point out a couple of the major components. First is the 5-story apartment building, which is proposing 91 dwelling units. The second area are the 6 semi-detached dwellings that are proposing 12 dwelling units total. And the 3-story mixed-use building, which is proposing 3 commercial units and 12 residential dwelling units. So just to quickly compare it, this was the original site plan that came in on February 8th. And just to touch on a couple of the changes that were made. The building height of the apartment dwelling has increased from 4 to 5 stories. The east-west width of the apartment has lessened, and the setback from parcels to the east has increased from 6.1 meters to 25.2 meters. The size of the covered parking garage has reduced significantly, and the setback from parcels to the east has increased from 1.9 meters to 25.2 meters. The exterior garbage storage area has been eliminated. Garbage storage is now proposed inside the apartment building. And some of the parallel parking spaces along the main entrance from Ridge Road North have been removed to reduce conflicts with vehicles entering and exiting the site. So these are the existing official plan land use designations. The subject lands are currently designated core mixed use in part. That would be the purple hatched area. Low density residential in part, those would be the yellow areas, and medium density residential in part, those are the orange areas, in the Ridgeway Thunder Bay secondary plan and official plan. The existing density range for areas that are designated medium density residential in the Ridgeway Thunder Bay secondary plan is 25 to 75 units per hectare. The density for low density residential areas is up to 25 units per hectare. Core mixed use areas do not have an established density. The Ridgeway Thunder Bay secondary plan establishes that medium density residential areas shall be reserved for multiple unit structures, namely townhouses and apartment buildings. Low density residential areas are reserved for single detached, semi-detached, and duplex dwellings. Core mixed use areas are reserved for commercial and mixed use buildings. The Ridgeway Thunder Bay secondary plan notes that new apartment buildings in medium density residential areas will generally be low rise and restricted to 4 stories in height. Increased height above 4 stories may be permitted through a zoning bylaw amendment application. Schedule C natural heritage features and Schedule C1 natural hazards and fish habitat of the official plan did not identify any natural heritage, natural hazards, or fish habitat on the subject lands. Schedule D cultural heritage, archaeological zones of potential did not identify the lands as having archaeological potential. However, the applicant did complete a stage 1-2 archaeological assessment that confirmed the site is clear of archaeological resources. So just to highlight the changes that are proposed as part of the official plan amendment, part 1 and 2 on this illustration, which is the lighter orange area, are proposed to change from low density residential to medium density residential site specific policy area. Part 3, the dark orange area, is proposed to change from medium-density residential to medium-density residential site-specific policy area. So just to explain what that medium-density residential site-specific policy area is, it's proposing to permit the development of the apartment building and semi-detached dwelling units, and along with a maximum density of 87 units per hectare. Part 4, which is light green on that illustration, is proposing a change from low-density residential to core mixed use. That area will be part of the parking area for the mixed-use building. Part 5, the dark green area, or I guess regular green, will remain unchanged. This is where the proposed mixed-use building will be located. The subject lands are currently zoned Core Mixed Use 4 or CMU 4 zone in part, Residential 1 or R1 zone in part, in Residential Multiple 1 Holding RM1-268 zone in part, in accordance with the town's comprehensive zoning bylaw number 129-90. So just to go over the uses that are permitted by the existing zoning, the CMU 4 zone permits commercial and mixed use buildings up to 2 stories in height. The R1 zone permits single detached dwellings up to 2.5 stories in height. The RM1-268 zone permits 19 block townhouse dwellings and 2 single detached dwellings up to 2 stories in height. So just to highlight the proposed zoning changes, Part 1, the dark orange, is proposed to change from residential multiple 1 holding RM1-268 zone to a site-specific residential multiple 2 zone. Part 2, the lighter orange area, is proposed to change from residential 1 R1 zone to a site-specific residential multiple 2 RM2 zone. Part 3, the light green area, is proposed to change from residential 1 R1 zone to a site-specific core mixed use 4 CMU 4 zone area. And Part 4, the regular green, is proposed to change from core mixed use 4 CMU 4 zone to a site-specific core mixed use 4 CMU 4 zone. So just to reiterate, the site-specific RM2 zone is intended to contain the proposed apartment building and semi-detached dwellings, and the site-specific CMU 4 zone will contain the proposed mixed-use building. So just to go over some of the proposed zoning for the site, I'm going to focus on the apartment building first, then go to the semis, and then go to the mixed-use building. So for the apartment, they're proposing a reduced lot frontage of 30 meters to 21.9 meters. That's the existing lot frontage of the lot. Lot coverage will be 26.1% for the apartment building. When combined with the proposed semis, that would increase to 36.16%. That is in compliance with the RM2 regulations. They're proposing a reduced interior side yard along the north side from 9.5 meters to 9.1 to 7.6 meters. Along the south side, they're proposing a reduced interior side yard from 9.5 meters to 3.7 to 2.1 meters to the south property line. The building height, the RM2 zone normally permits 9 stories and up to 26 meters in height. The zoning would be, if this is approved, the zoning would be limited to what the applicant is proposing, which is 5 stories and 19 meters in height. They're also proposing to permit a reduced landscaped area from 25% to 22.6%. These are the zoning relief required from the town's general provisions in the zoning bylaw. So to start, they are proposing reduced parking from 1.5 parking spaces per dwelling unit to 1.3 parking spaces per dwelling unit. So under the zoning for the amount of units they're proposing in the building, which is 91, 137 parking spaces are required. They're currently proposing 126 parking spaces. Other miscellaneous parking spaces, approximately 14 parking spaces are undersized at 2.4 by 6 meters. The zoning bylaw requires 2.7 by 6 meters. They also require 1 additional type B accessible parking space. So the zoning contains certain regulations that require setbacks for parking areas and require certain planting strip widths to lot lines. So some relief is required there. On the north side, that setback and planting strip width is reduced from 3 meters to 1.7 meters. To the south property line, that's from 3 meters to 1.3 meters. To the east, that's from 3 meters to 1.9 meters. And to the west, that's from 3 meters to 0.5 meters. They also require relief for reduced landscaped area in the rear yard, and that's from 40% to 13.5%. So looking at the proposed zoning for semi-detached dwellings, this would also be in the site-specific RM2 zone. This proposal would be looking to permit semi-detached dwellings as a permitted use in the RM2 zone. The lot area would be 1.19 hectares. That would be for the overall site, with lot areas for each unit from 149.6 to 216.5 square meters. If we're comparing that to the R3 zone, the standard lot area requirement there is 305 square meters. So lot coverage for the semi-detached dwellings is 10.06 overall. When combined with the apartment building, that would be 36.16%. And maximum building height is a proposed increase from 2.5 stories and 9 meters to 3 stories and 11 meters. And for lot frontage, again, the lot frontage of the site along Ridge is 21.9 meters overall. The individual units have approximately 7.6 to 11.2 meters per unit. So some are reduced and some are greater than the standard R3 requirement, which is 9.5 meters. So just going over some of the setbacks along the semis. The site is irregular, so this is a little interesting. All of these property lines as shown on this diagram are technically interior side yards. Some of them actually would function as a sort of rear yard where the amenity space would be provided for the units. So just looking at the side yard setbacks from the units, that would be from the end walls on the sides of each semi-detached dwelling. The setback to the north property line, normally the bylaw would require 2.2 meters. They're proposing 1.5. To the south, the bylaw would require 2.2 meters. They're proposing 1.2 meters. To private roads, normally the bylaw would require 2.2 meters. They're proposing 1 meters. And between the actual dwelling units themselves, the bylaw would normally require 4.4 meters. The setback, they're proposing 2.6 meters. Looking at the side yards that sort of function as rear yards, the setbacks from the rear walls of the units to the east property line are going from 6 meters to 4.6 meters. To the west property line, it's the same from 6 meters to 4.6 meters. The dwellings also have setbacks from covered terraces. So those setbacks to the east property line would be going from 6 meters to 2.3 meters, and to the west property line from 6 meters to 2.3 meters. And again, there's some planting strip widths requirements in the general provisions of the zoning bylaw. So there would be a reduced planting strip width on the north side to the north property line. That's from 3 meters to 1.5 meters. And also to the east from 3 meters to 2.3 meters. So just looking at the mixed use building now, this would be the site-specific CMU4 zone. The building itself actually complies with all the standard zoning requirements of the CMU4 zone. Just some relief from the general provisions are required. So the first of that is access driveway width. They're proposing 7 meters for two-way traffic. That's with easements. They're proposing a reduced open space per dwelling unit for the dwelling units in the building. The standard requirement is 18.5 square meters. They're proposing 17 square meters per unit. And again, there's certain setbacks regarding setbacks from parking areas and planting strip widths. So to the north, the reduced setback would be going from 3 meters to 2.2 meters. To the west, that would be going from 3 meters to 0 meters. To the east, that would be going from 3 meters to 1.5 meters. And for planting strip widths, to the north, from 3 meters to 0 meters. To the west, from 3 meters to 0 meters. And to the east, from 3 meters to 1.5 meters. So these are renderings of the proposed apartment building. This is the front elevation, so this is how it would appear looking at it from Ridge Road North. This is the rendering of the apartment building, looking at it from the east, or the rear elevation. So this would be what it would appear as if you're looking at it from Prospect Point Road North. These are the renderings of the proposed semi-detached dwellings. So approximately 2 of the dwellings would be 2 stories and the remainder would be 3 stories. This is a shadow study that was completed as part of the application. So shown here on the top is the summer solstice. The bottom is the fall equinox. And the second set here, with the greatest impacts on shadowing, that would be the top during the winter solstice. And the bottom image shows the shadowing during the spring equinox. So these are some site photos. This is looking east from Ridge Road North at 436. This is the existing commercial building on site. This would be the southern entrance and the location of the proposed mixed-use building. This is looking east from Ridge Road North at the existing single detached dwelling on the property, known as 462. This would be the main entrance into the apartment building area and where the semi-detached dwellings are. This is looking east towards the location of the proposed semi-detached dwellings at the rear of the existing commercial building. This is looking south towards the location of the proposed semi-detached dwelling. This is looking north from the proposed apartment building location. This is also looking north from the proposed apartment building location, a little bit further east. This is looking west from the proposed apartment building location towards Ridge Road North. This is looking east from the proposed apartment building location towards Prospect Point Road North. And this is looking south from the proposed apartment building location towards the land owned by the town. So a public information open house meeting was held in person in the atrium of Town Hall on February 28, 2024 from 5 to 6 p.m. for this proposal. All property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands were notified of the information open house via a notice mailed by the town on March 14th, 2024. Oh, sorry, should say February 14th. The meeting was attended by over 30 members of the public. The owner was there, the agent was there, and town staff was also in attendance. Just to touch on some of the issues raised at the information open house as well as the comments that were received thus far. There's concerns over drainage and stormwater runoff, infrastructure capacity, increased traffic, impacts to trees and wildlife. Also, several residents noted red-headed woodpecker, noise and pollution, development should meet existing zoning, impacts on property values, compatibility with the neighborhood, overdevelopment, infill development and density, and impacts to privacy. So most of these staff will speak to in detail in the future recommendation report. I just want to touch on a couple of the ones at the top that are more technical in nature. The applicant did submit a stormwater management plan as part of the application that will be reviewed by development engineering and infrastructure services staff. In terms of infrastructure capacity, the sanitary sewer out front of the property that this proposal would tie into hypothetically, that's owned and operated by Niagara Region all the way downstream to the Crystal Beach wastewater treatment plant. So the region would be responsible for confirming capacity. They were circulated on this application and no major red flags were raised as of yet. But obviously more engineering review will take place if this moves forward. In terms of increased traffic, the applicant did submit a traffic study. It concluded that this traffic at the 2 intersections north and south of the subject lands are operating at level of service A and B. When factoring in background traffic and anticipated traffic from this proposal, the level of service will remain the same at level A and B. In terms of impact to trees and wildlife, staff have been in contact with the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks in regard to potential species at risk on the site, including the red-headed woodpecker. So those conversations are still ongoing. If we receive any more comments from the ministry in this regard, we'll speak to it in the future recommendation report. And again, staff will look into the remaining uses in a little bit more detail and speak to them in the recommendation report. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van der Veen. Are there any members of council that have any questions? Councillor Christensen.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Van der Veen. It was a very comprehensive presentation. I've just a couple of questions. Going back to slide 10, which I'd like to get just some clarity on the current zoning, and do you have a sense of what the total number of units would be permitted within the current zoning?
Speaking to the RM1-260 portion,
Yes.
that is permitting 21 dwelling units. That would be 19 block townhouses and 2 single detached. The CMU4 portion, probably similar to what's being proposed now, because you have to accommodate parking and everything for the amount of units. There's no set limit, but you do require 1 parking spot per dwelling unit, for example, and again, the residential open space.
Thank you. Again, I seem to remember, and I believe, was there not a shift in provincial policy a few years ago with respect to the emphasis where it was 25 to 75 units per hectare? There was a shift in pressure to go to the upper limit, to the 75 units.
Yeah, I may direct that to Director DeWaria to answer that one for me.
Ms. DeLauria?
Your Worship, through you to the Council, yes, there has been a shift from the provincial perspective. The province is pushing for more intensification within the built-up area. The property lies within the built-up area, so more intensification. They are pushing for the properties which are serviced by existing infrastructure, and this subject property is serviced by existing infrastructure. So yes, to answer your question, there has been a push from the province towards intensification, infills, and making use of the existing infrastructure.
Thank you. And again, through you, Your Worship, excuse me. I know some of the comments that we received mentioned the issue of low density, and am I correct that effectively what is currently designated as low density is, although it will be in the proposed new designation, which is the RM2, that it, in fact, the semi-detached would effectively be the equivalent of lower density?
Yeah, through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Christensen, I'm just going to switch back over to the official plan map, well, and secondary plan. So the semi-detached dwellings are located, if you can see my cursor, approximately here. In the low density, what is low density residential now? Low density residential in a secondary plan does permit semi-detached dwellings. So that build form is permitted in that area. I think the whole of the site is going to medium density residential because the intent for this development is for it to, at least for the semis and the apartment, to be part of a planned condominium. And it was simpler to treat it as a cohesive site as opposed to 2 separate areas.
Again, through your Worship, what would be the implications as looking at the current proposal in terms of restricting the building height in terms of the total number of units?
Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Christensen, if we were to look at, for example, reducing the number of stories back to 4, that would remove approximately 14 dwelling units. That would bring the density of the RM2 area in the medium density site-specific area to 75 units per hectare, which is the upper limit in the secondary plan.
Thank you. And just a couple more questions. The tree preservation plan mentions removal of trees that are either on boundaries or within the property of property owners on Prospect Point with their permission. Residents have indicated they will not give their permission. To your knowledge, what it would be the impact of that refusal on the existing plan?
Yeah, through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Christensen, adjacent property owners are not obligated to consent to tree removal. The owner would have to work with them to see if they agree to it. It's pretty clear that a lot of area residents wouldn't. What I'll also say is the initial tree inventory and preservation plan was prepared for that first proposal submitted in February. We'll, I think, encourage the applicant to update it. Hopefully there could be more trees that would be retained. Also, we'll have our new senior environmental planner review the tree inventory and preservation plan and make recommendations. And we'll have that ready for the recommendation report.
Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Thank you. Was that last answer responsive to your question about what the implications would be for the number of units if some of these neighboring trees couldn't be removed?
Oh, perhaps not. Yeah, perhaps not fully. So, is there an impact on the proposal if when neighbors refuse to negotiate with the?
Yes, sorry. Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Christensen, I think we'd want to review a revised plan. However, they did move the setback of the covered parking area and the building itself way over towards the west. So I would assume a lot of the tree removals along the periphery of the site may no longer be necessary, but we will confirm that. But again, just to clarify, none of the area property owners are obligated to consent to removing their trees if they don't agree to.
Yes. Thank you.
Anything further? Any other members of council? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the presentation. A couple of questions, and I'm just going through my notes here from prior to the meeting, after reading the report and during the presentation, some of which I'm going to save for the applicant. But one of the questions I had was with respect to the setback requests, and there's a number of them. If none of the, let's just say hypothetically, none of the setback requests for the applicant were made, what would that do to the overall number of units for that development?
Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Lewis, I mean, it's a little hypothetical, but I think it would be a safe assumption to say that they would have to reduce the amount of units and shrink the size of the apartment building.
Thank you. And if I can continue, Your Worship, it mentions parking going from 1.5 to 1.3, and I just have a question with respect to, and it might be better suited for the applicant, what is the target market for these units, both the apartments in the high-rise or mid-rise, let's not call a four-story building, five-story building a high-rise, but what is the target market for these units?
Yeah, through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Lewis, I don't have that information at this time. What I will say is there are a variety of unit sizes. Perhaps the applicant can expand on that.
Excuse me. Could I just ask if there's anybody that's got a phone to put it on silent mode so this doesn't happen again? Nice music, but it's distracting.
And we've done it too, so. The other question I had, and the music did throw me, in terms of the requests for setback reductions, and there's a number of them in the proposal, are there any spots within this proposal that exceed the setbacks within the municipal guidelines?
Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Lewis, yes, the apartment building setback from the front lot line greatly exceeds the zoning requirement.
And when you say greatly, what would the rough quantity on that be?
I don't have the numbers like right in front of me, but it's like in excess of 40 plus meters. The normal requirement would be like 7.5 from the road. The revised plan did also move the building, like shortened it, if you will. So the setback to the east property line also complies with the current zoning, or the proposed RM2 zoning requirements.
And if I can just continue, so of the number of requests for this application, there's about 2 or 3 instances where we actually meet or exceed the current bylaws.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Any other members of council? Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Can you tell me why, with the semi-detached that are not allowed in the RM2, I believe, why the applicant is not trying to get an RM3 zoning where they are allowed?
Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Flagg, I think because the apartment and the semi-detached units will all utilize like the same private roads, I think from the applicant's perspective, it was simpler to kind of combine them into one zone than to have 2 separate zones, because the way our zoning bylaw works, if you have multiple zones on site, then setbacks are measured to zone lines, whereas if they have it as a comprehensive zoning for the whole site, it could be compared to property lines and things of that nature.
Anyone else? So just to follow up on Councillor Flagg's comment or question, the decision to go with RM2, that was the developers?
To Mayor Redekop, to be honest, I don't, there's been a couple pre-consultations over the years, but generally speaking, the apartment buildings are zoned in the RM2 zone. However, semi-detached dwellings are not, so it's a little bit of a unique situation. The other medium-density residential areas in Ridgeway are zoned RM1-507 zone. But if you take a look at the site-specific zoning there, it also actually points back to the RM2 regulations for apartment buildings, sorry.
Right, so if this property was zoned RM2 right now, the applicant would have to apply for a zoning amendment because of there's a total of 19 modifications that are being requested. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so maybe you'll want the director to answer this question, but we have zones with requirements for a reason as part of an overall planning vision for the community, do we not?
I'll let Director DeLauria jump in just a minute. What I would say is our zoning bylaw is a little interesting that it has requirements in the RM2 for apartments, and then there's also general provisions that apply to all zones, all building types. A lot of the zoning relief required for this is actually from general provisions. I don't know if Director DeLauria wants to.
Yes, Your Worship. Mr. Van der Veen has answered the question that the applicant is seeking. Most of the reduction that they are seeking is from the general provision, not from the RM2 provisions. And if this property was zoned RM2, then they could have gone up to 9 stories. So that is one part of that zoning as well. And like to mention that RM2 requires the front yard setback to be 7.5 meters. The applicant is proposing to exceed that. The requirement for the rear yard setback is 1/2 the building. They are providing about 24 meters, which is about 82 feet, maybe 20. It's not 20 meters, but it's about approximately 82 feet, which is a pretty generous setback. So, like I said, it's most of the reductions that they are seeking is from the general provision, but the biggest one is obviously the parking. They are requesting to reduce the parking from 1.5 to 1.3.
So I'll get to that, but the reality is that the property isn't zoned RM2 right now.
That's correct.
And the secondary plan, the Ridgeway Thunder Bay secondary plan, designates this for, I think, a maximum of 4 stories for an apartment building.
That's correct, Your Worship.
And so when we go through the report and we look at the comparison of RM2 and what's being proposed, yes, RM2 would be 9 stories, and so the 5 stories as proposed somewhat looks good, but really the 5 stories is one more than what our official plan through the secondary plan provides for.
That's correct, yeah.
And the setback from the frontage, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Van der Veen, but this property fronts on Ridge Road.
That is correct.
And so the 40 meters is established by going through a long corridor to get back to the apartment building, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that long corridor, I'm not clear on this, and maybe slide 12 will provide some insights. If you could go to slide 12. So slide 12, does that show parking? Or if not, that slide, is it anticipated that there would be parking along that entranceway?
To Mayor Redekop, yes, the current site plan does show, I believe, 18 parallel parking spots. This would largely be visitor parking, but they're located along the main entrance from Ridge Road North on both the north and the south side.
And so if I'm clear, the number of parking spots that would be required on this site is 130-something?
Just let me, I had that on there somewhere. Here we go. So under the standard requirement for apartments at 1.5 parking spaces per dwelling unit, 137 parking spaces would be required. The current site plan that's proposed is showing 126 parking spaces.
But that includes 18 that are parked along the entranceway from Ridge Road back to the main part of the property.
Yes.
And I believe in the past, the council has indicated that we don't really have a preference for that type of parking, have we not?
Yes, that is true. The applicant was informed of that by staff, but this is the proposal that was sent in. That could be something that could be revised.
So if those 18 parking spots aren't permitted there, that would reduce the number of parking spaces that have been created down to 108. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And that would have an impact on the number of units that could be put into this parcel, I presume.
That is correct.
And if I could go just to the portion where the semis are going to be located, that's going to be served by a private road. And again, we've got the access from Ridge Road, which is one way in, and then a further one way down to the end of these. I suppose it's anticipated that the private road at the bottom of the picture may eventually be extended into an adjacent development if that parcel is developed?
To Mayor Redekop, that's a possibility. It would be a private road. We did receive comments from community planning that it would be nice to have a connection there, at least for pedestrian and cyclists. But the land to the south is owned by the town. Currently, there's no plans for development of those lands, so.
And it's private road because it's a condominium development.
That is correct.
So none of these units will be rental, these will all be freehold?
Perhaps the applicant can clarify that, but it's my understanding it will be freehold, yes.
Okay, and then to the, there's a fire truck turnaround, and is that supposed to be potentially an access point as well out to Ridge Road in case of an emergency?
To Mayor Redekop, yes. I may reach out to the fire department to get something in writing to confirm this, but the idea, they were circulated, they didn't raise any objections. We've had some discussion with the applicant. That would be a limited access second entrance, if you will, that could be utilized in the event of an emergency. But it's not the intention that like these semi-detached units would be exiting the site from the southerly entrance. The southerly entrance would primarily just be used for the mixed-use building.
And in slide 19, which I think has some conceptual drawings, you had so these are 3-story duplexes?
To Mayor Redekop, yeah, 2 of the semi-detached dwellings are 2 stories, so that would be the image on the lower left. The remainder would be 3 stories, which would be the elevation there on the lower right.
And the RM2 zone permits 2.5 stories?
Well, yeah, so to clarify there, the RM2 zone regulation doesn't have any regulations for semis. They're not typically in that zone. They're typically permitted in the R3 zone. But you're correct that if this was R3 zone, 2.5 stories would be the maximum height permitted.
And 9 meters as opposed to proposed 11 meters.
That's correct.
And in terms of parkland, there's no proposal for any parkland to be dedicated to the municipality, so it's presumed that the developer wants to pay money in lieu of parkland dedication?
That's correct.
And if the council wanted parkland, that would be 5% of the land area of the parcel?
Yes.
And one final question, and this may be something that Ms. Dewari can answer. If we were, when we finally deal with this, if we were to approve any type of zoning change, can that be time limited?
Yes, Your Worship, we can definitely look into putting a sunset clause to it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vanderveen.
Oh, thank you.
So I'm going to ask the developer or the developer's agent if he or she would like to address council. Good evening. And I'm assuming you're Stephen Fisher?
No, good evening, Mr. Mayor. I'm Ethan Lamont, a planner with Upper Canada Consultants, representing
Ethan
the
Lamont.
applicant.
Thank you. Yeah, could you speak up, please, so that everyone can hear?
Sure.
You may proceed.
The mic's on. Sorry? Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councillors, members of the public. As I mentioned, my name is Ethan Lamont. I'm a registered professional planner with Upper Canada Consultants, representing the developer for the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications that have been submitted for the properties addressed as 436 and 440 Ridge Road North. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information and to solicit feedback on the proposal. So I'm going to provide an overview of the proposal and the applications, and then I'll be available to answer questions afterward. So getting into things, this slide shows the subject lands in their surrounding context. The lands are comprised of two parcels, which were addressed as 436 and 440 Ridge Road North. 440 Ridge Road being the larger parcel to the north, and 436 being the smaller parcel to the south. The lands are on the east side of Ridge Road North, within a block delineated by Hazel Street to the north, Prospect Point Road to the east, Dominion Road to the south. You'll notice that the block is considerably wider than other development blocks in the area, which does not enable the full utilization of the interior of the lands with the traditional back-to-back lotting that you see. The subject lands are irregularly shaped and primarily occupy the interior of the block, with two frontages on Ridge Road North, one for 440 Ridge Road North and one for 430 Ridge Road North. The lands are about 1.35 hectares, or about 3 1/3 acres in area. Within the overall neighborhood context, the property is on the north end of downtown Ridgeway, and is within biking or walking proximity to most of the amenities and services in Ridgeway. Surrounding land uses include a variety of commercial, residential, and institutional uses. The subject lands are also located north of the town-owned parcel at 402 Ridge Road North, which the developer has expressed their interest in compliance with town staff to work towards the future development of those lands. So in this slide, I want to get into the higher level planning policies that apply to the property and the proposed development. So starting with the provincial policy statement, or the PPS. The PPS sets the framework for regulating growth and development throughout the province. The subject lands are located within a settlement area as designated under the PPS. Settlement areas are directed to be the focus of growth and development in the province. The PPS encourages that settlement areas are to be developed with a mix of uses and densities that efficiently use land and infrastructure. Settlement areas are to contain a range and mix of housing types and densities to meet current and future needs, to achieve complete communities, and to meet prescribed growth targets. So moving on to the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. The growth plan echoes the land use policies contained in the PPS and provides more specific growth-related policies and targets tailored for the Greater Golden Horseshoe area, which includes the Niagara region. Under the growth plan, the lands are in the delineated built-up area. The growth plan directs that 50% of all residential development occurring annually within the Niagara region is to be accommodated within the built-up area. And third, getting into the Niagara official plan. The Niagara official plan implements the policies from the PPS and the growth plan on a regional level. The Niagara official plan also identifies that the subject lands are within the delineated built-up area. Consistent with the growth plan, the region's official plan directs that 50% of development in the town of Fort Erie is to occur within the built-up area. This translates to the provision of approximately 3,680 dwelling units in existing neighborhoods by the year 2051, according to regional growth data. This development delivers on these directives, particularly in making efficient use of land and providing a full range and mix of housing options. So under the town's official plan, the subject lands are designated within the Ridgeway Thunder Bay secondary plan with 3 designations: medium density, which is shown in orange, low density residential, which is shown in yellow, and core mixed use, which is hidden under the Ridge Road North label, but it's shown in the purple and gray hatching. The medium density designation is reserved for multiple unit developments such as townhomes and apartment dwellings. The low density designation is intended for lower density forms such as single detached and semi-detached dwellings. And the core mixed use designation aligns with the Ridgeway's downtown commercial corridor along Ridge Road and permits mixed commercial and residential development. The town's official plan generally encourages intensification throughout the built-up areas as these types of development patterns reduce expansion pressure on the town's urban boundary, which would result in the redesignation of agricultural lands for development. Intensification is specifically targeted to areas that have the appropriate infrastructure and services to accommodate growth, particularly in and around commercial centers. Downtown Ridgeway is identified in the official plan as one of the town's 6 commercial centers. Within the Ridgeway Thunder Bay secondary plan, medium density development is encouraged on sites within walking distance to the downtown core mixed use area and along arterial and collector roads. The subject lands satisfy these criteria with respect to eligibility to accommodate medium density residential uses. So this image shows the existing zoning for the subject lands. So most of the property is currently zoned as site-specific residential multiple 1 zone. Excuse me. The zoning was implemented for development consisting of 19 two-story townhomes and 2 single-detached dwellings. The residential multiple 1 zoning corresponds with the medium density residential designation under the secondary plan. A portion of the property is also zoned as residential 1, which permits single detached dwellings. This area corresponds with the low density residential designation under the secondary plan. And finally, a portion of the property is zoned as core mixed use, which corresponds with the mixed use designation under the secondary plan. So getting into the development proposal itself, the proposed development consists of a 5-story 91-unit condominium apartment building located in the northeastern portion of the site, 6 semi-detached residential buildings containing 12 units to the southwest of the apartment building, and a 3-story mixed-use building along the property's southern Ridge Road frontage. The apartment building is located in the portion of the property designated as medium-density residential. The semi-detached dwellings are generally located in the portion of the property currently designated as low-density residential, and the mixed-use building is generally located in the portion of the property currently designated as core mixed-use. The apartment building and semi-detached dwellings are located on the 440 Ridge Road North property, and the mixed-use building is located on the 436 Ridge Road North property. The proponent has already obtained approval through the Committee of Adjustment to adjust the existing property lines to suit this layout, and has acted on staff recommendations for building removals and street layouts. Access to the apartment and semi-detached dwellings is provided from a private roadway connecting to Ridge Road North through the property's northern frontage. A total of 126 parking spaces are provided for the apartment building. A majority of the parking is located behind the building, with some visitor parking spaces in front of the building and along the entrance. In addition to the residential units, the apartment building is planned to contain typical building amenities such as a fitness room, a common room, and some common amenity areas. Parking for the semis would be provided by private driveways. The mixed-use building has a separate parking access from Ridge Road North. The style of building and layout presented translates into less interruptions to the neighboring properties. better sightlines and reduced blasting and noise pollution during construction compared to the existing approved development on site. So here are the front and rear renderings of the proposed apartment building. Since the public open house, we've made considerable changes to the building to address concerns raised by area residents and town staff. This includes the removal of a majority of the covered parking area and reducing the building footprint to enable greater setbacks to the adjacent residential properties. A story was added to the building to maintain the previous unit count of 91 units. The proposed design itself has also changed with more traditional building materials such as red brick and more neutral colors used on the upper floors. The building also steps back on the upper floors, which helps to minimize building massing when viewed from grade. So this slide shows the angular plane condition for the proposed apartment building compared to the adjacent residential dwellings. The angular plane is a threshold for visual and shadowing impacts of taller structures relative to adjacent low-density residential properties. A 45-degree angular plane to the front and rear property lines is the commonly accepted standard, which represents a 1-to-1 ratio between height and building setback. So the image on the left shows the angular plane measured to the residential properties on Prospect Point Road North, representing the rear yard setback for the proposed apartment building. You'll see that the building is far outside of that 45-degree angular plane. And for comparison, a 2-story townhouse, 6 meters away from the property line, representing the as-of-right permission for the property, is located within the 45-degree angular plane. And part of the reason for the redesign was to move the visual obstructions, be it 2 stories or more, further away from the properties on Prospect Road North. The image on the right shows the 45-degree angular plane measured from the front of the building to the adjacent properties on Ridge Road North. Again, the building is outside of the 45-degree angular plane. The step back in the upper floors helps achieve the angular plane in this case. It should be noted that these angular planes are measured from the property line, not from the adjacent structures themselves, meaning that overlook concerns are even further mitigated than currently allowed within the existing townhouse zoning. The next couple of slides will show the shadowing impacts from the proposed apartment building. So this slide shows the shadows in December and March. You'll see that the shadows do not cast on adjacent buildings at any time of the year, even in their greatest extent in the the winter solstice in December. The greatest shadowing impacts occur on December 21st, which is also the shortest day of the year. This is shown in the top 3 images. The long shadows are cast in the morning and afternoon, which is consistent with the lower position of the sun at these times. The bottom image shows the shadowing impacts on March 20th. By this time of year, the shadows are almost entirely contained on the subject property throughout the day. So this slide shows the shadowing in June on the top and September on the bottom. Again, during the summer months, the shadows from the building are almost entirely contained on the subject property. So here are some conceptual elevations and renderings of the proposed semi-detached dwellings. So 2 types of dwellings are proposed, a 2-story model shown on the left, and a 3-story model shown on the right. Both models are the same height. The design closer to the city's lot takes into consideration the heritage look and feel of the museum in downtown Ridgeway, which is just south of this property. So this is the site plan for the 3-story mixed-use building, which is already zoned as core mixed use. The ground floor plan is shown on the top right-hand side of the site plan, and the bottom right shows a typical 2nd and 3rd floor plan. Elevations and renderings have not been prepared at this point in time. The 3 ground floor commercial units are located in front of the building and have direct interface with Ridge Road North, and then the ground floor also would contain 3 units. The upper floors would contain the remaining units. The site also accommodates 17 parking spaces, which exceeds the minimum requirement for this development under the zoning bylaw. The rezoning application addresses the conversion of a small parcel of residential lands, which were previously conveyed through a boundary adjustment to allow for this parking to be associated with this building. The building matches the design and use of the existing 3-story mixed-use buildings immediately neighboring it and connecting it to the downtown commercial area. So moving on to the proposed official plan amendment, The proposed amendment would apply the medium-density residential designation to the proposed apartment building and semi-detached dwellings with a site-specific development density. And the zoning bylaw amendment will rezone the parcel in brown and orange for the apartment building and semi-detached dwellings as a site-specific residential residential multiple 2. The mixed-use building will retain the core mixed-use zoning, which will also be extended to the portion of the parking area which was part of the boundary adjustment with 436 Ridge Road. So a number of studies and reports have been completed to support the proposed development, which are shown on this slide. I'm not going to get into great detail about the findings of the reports, but essentially all of the reports have come back and concluded that the development satisfies their particular considerations and criteria. The owners have positively responded to every direction. Staff have provided to them have attended 2 subsequent pre-consultation meetings since the first one in 2021 and responded to public comments to get the plans to this point. The owners are regional local builders and have acted with care, consideration, and professionalism in their efforts to develop the property and to support the Ridgeway downtown commercial corridor and provide much-needed housing options to meet provincial directives. It's our hope that council will demonstrate the same care and consideration and professionalism that staff and owners have shown and support this development moving forward. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time and attention, and I welcome questions and feedback.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lamon. Any members of council have any questions of Mr. Lamon? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the presentation. Just was wondering if you can go back to the slide for the showing the parking for the building. And I'm just going to ask some questions because I'm a bit confused. You mentioned that there was 126 parking spots for 91 units, if I remember correctly. So that works out to, if my math is correctly, about 1.3 parking spots per unit or 35 visitor parking spots?
Yes, that's correct.
So where on the map are the residents parking?
Through the mayor to the question, the parking for the residents would be in the large parking area behind the building. There's accommodation for 1 space per unit in that parking area.
Thank you. Nothing further at this moment.
Anyone else? Councillor Christensen.
Excuse me, so I just wanted to confirm this is the proposed building would be apartments, would be condominiums, not rentals.
Through the mayor, yes, that's correct. That's the intention.
What size of units are you considering?
Through the mayor, right now the floor plans are conceptual, but they're showing unit sizes ranging from about 700 square feet to about 1,300 square feet. Obviously, that translates to a variety of number of bedrooms, ranging from 1 to, and if market determines, 3-bedroom units.
Worship, has there been any determination of price points?
Yeah, through the mayor to the question, at this point in time, the price points that are being targeted would be starting in the mid 400s for the apartment dwellings.
And for the semi-detached?
I don't have that information at this point in time.
One of the concerns, and I'm not sure whether you can answer it, is concern with respect to the impact of the actual construction process of any form of development. Are there considerations with respect to the protection of pools, existing homes, that kind of thing?
Through the mayor to the question, so that's typically dealt with through pre and post construction surveys, which is a common requirement for development anywhere, including in Fort Erie.
And I'd like to reiterate the question and just ask you with respect to the tree plan, which included trees that are actually on residents' properties. They've indicated that in writing that they are not willing to cede the removal of the trees. Has there been, what consideration have you given to that? Will it affect the plan?
Through the mayor to the question. So I'm going to reiterate what Darrell mentioned. With the changes to the plan that have been made since the original tip was prepared, there's probably opportunity for additional tree savings. The plan was prepared with the covered parking area closer to that adjacent property line. Since we've pulled that structure back, it wouldn't be impacting the neighbor's trees. So we would have to revisit the tree protection plan, but with the changes that have been made, I would anticipate additional opportunities for tree savings.
And the last question with respect to my question to Mr. Van Veen with respect to the impact of a reduction on the height of the building, assuming that there's future consideration, and the impact on the number of units. What impact would that have on the overall development?
Through the mayor to the question, it would certainly reduce the number of units, which would also have an impact on the ability to provide housing at the price point that we've indicated. So the height and the density is all tied within the intention to provide housing at that price point.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before I go back to Councillor Lewis, Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Lemon, for your presentation. Maybe first I could ask Mr. Laurie on, Mr. Lemon had a slide up that indicated 3,600 dwelling units by...
So this is an opportunity to ask Mr. Lamon.
Sorry?
This is an opportunity for you to ask Mr. Lamon.
Mr. Lemon, earlier we discussed with staff the difference between the R2 and the R3 zoning, and staff had indicated that the request was in R2 zoning. Could you explain that to me?
Through the mayor to the question, is this in regards to the designation of these semi-detached dwellings?
Correct.
So Darrell's assessment was correct. It's a lot more straightforward to regulate the development as a whole under one zoning. When you start introducing multiple zones, you introduce additional setback requirements. With it being one property, one zone makes sense in terms of regulating a total lot coverage, lot area per dwelling unit, and things of those nature.
And if I may continue, I believe your tree preservation report indicated that there was 55 trees that they recommended to be retained. Can you tell me how many of those trees will be retained?
Through the mayor to the question, any tree retention that's identified in a tree protection plan will be carried through in the subsequent site plan that's required to facilitate this development.
Thank you. I think that's all for now.
Thank you. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, and I'll limit my questions because I know there's a room full of people we want to hear from tonight. Who is the target market for the units, and what was the price for units within the condo unit, both the mid-rise as well as the standalones?
Through the mayor to the question. So the target market would be retirees. And in terms of the target price, as I indicated, they would be coming in starting at the mid-400s. I don't have information on prices for these semis at this point in time, but the apartment units would be coming in market at around that price.
And if I can continue, would any of those units within the mid-rise be CMHC affordable housing criteria or not?
Through the mayor to the question, I don't have that information at this point in time. What I do know is that the price that we're proposing is within the threshold of surrounding municipalities for affordability.
And I appreciate that, but my interest is Fort Erie, not what other municipalities are doing. The other question I had was, how long has the proponent owned the property for? And I think you mentioned 2021?
Through the mayor to the question, that was when the original pre-consultation was held in 2021.
So ownership predates 2021?
Correct.
And has the proponent been involved in any of the neighborhood plans, both the primary, secondary, or official planning processes with the town since owning the property?
Through the mayor to the question, I believe they've been involved in neighborhood planning processes.
Okay. And then last question, given the amount of requests for reductions, could possibly it be the density or the amount of units that's the problem on this property?
Through the mayor to the question, I'm not sure I understand.
So I'll rephrase it. There's been a number of requests, I think 19, for amendments or reductions outside of the town's plan and bylaws. Could the number of units or dwellings being proposed or the density of this project being proposed be part of the problem requiring you to ask for those amount of setbacks or amendments?
I think the nature of the irregularity of the property itself lends itself to a lot of the requested amendments. And at the same time, trying to comply with the direction from the province and the region in providing intensification and then trying to provide housing at a lower price point all ties in with the requests that we have.
And last question, I promise. Of the plans that the developer proponent has made for this subject property, have any plans been developed based on the setback requirements of the town with no amendments or reductions?
Through the mayor to the question, there is existing approval for a site, but to my knowledge, there hasn't been an exercise undertaken to create a plan that complies with zoning.
Thank you, and I appreciate you answering the questions and making the presentation tonight.
Any other members of council? Mr. Lamon, just to follow up at the end here, you had a slide that showed the original zoning of this parcel. And when you just mentioned that this property already has a density or capacity for housing, this is what you were referring to?
I was referring to the direction from the upper tier government and the regional government to provide intensification on a site such as this.
Okay, well, that's a rather general statement. I mean, we're talking now about something that applies across the province, hence a provincial policy statement emanating from the provincial government, correct?
That's correct.
So it's not specific to this particular parcel?
No, it's not specific to this parcel, but the secondary plan and the town's official plan also provide similar direction.
And you've indicated you don't know when your client acquired this property?
Off the top of my head, I don't know.
Is your client here?
Yes,
Can we ask him?
2021.
And when your client acquired the property, was this the zoning? It's the existing zoning?
It was, yes.
Okay. So when your client acquired the property, he knew this is what the property could provide in terms of housing?
That's correct.
Okay. And so your client has chosen to make an application to intensify the development on the parcel. You indicated that the target market, at least for the condo units, is retirees. And I can understand that because I presume that there's an elevator proposed for the building. What about the three-story semis? What's the target market for them?
Based on the apartment building being for retirees, I would imagine it would be targeted at a similar demographic to the apartment building, just with a different form of housing to give people options.
So retirees going up 3 stories?
I suppose it would be dependent on the market and.
Only someone as young as you would think that. Okay, but even to go 3 stories, you'd have to have a modification of the RM2.
We're adding a permitted use in the RM2 for the semis, but we would require an additional height if it were under the R3 zone, which permits the semis.
Right, because 2.5 stories is permitted, you'd want to go 3.
Correct.
And in terms of the target market, has there been market research done with respect to this development, do you know?
Not that I'm aware of.
Can you ask your client who's sitting behind you?
Through you, Your Worship, yes.
Okay.
We have done markets.
Okay. And when you indicate mid-$400,000 range, that's for the condo units, does that include the semis or no?
That wouldn't include the semis. No.
Okay, and I think you indicated you don't know what the price range for that would be?
That's correct.
And this has a one access in on a private road from Ridge Road with the potential, I guess, for an emergency access along the south? Is that correct?
That's correct. There would be potential for emergency access shared with the entrance for the mixed-use building, and then future consideration for access to the south.
Okay. I would be concerned about some type of emergency access, because if the one access point in got blocked at any point along the 40-meter stretch, that's a problem. And if it got blocked at some point before you get to the semis, that could be a problem as well. So perhaps you can take that up with your client. And the amenity space that's provided for in these units?
There's amenity space provided by way of private balcony, and then there's some common rooftop amenity areas throughout the apartment building.
And for the semi-detached, that would be the rear yard?
There's rear yard amenity space, and there's also balconies or terraces off the rear of the buildings.
You mentioned that this proposal provides housing options. So the housing option here that I would see would be condominium apartment units. And the other, I guess, would be, but there are no, maybe there are, the core mixed use building, which will have 12 apartment units. Are those going to be rental, or are those part of the condominium?
Those are on a separate property, so those would typically be rental units.
Okay. And has there been any determination made as to what the rent might be on those? In other words, would it fall within an affordable range?
I don't have that information.
Okay. And you have mentioned that these are all driven by provincial policy statement, the growth plan, et cetera. I'm sure you're familiar with the recent musings of the Premier about putting 4-story buildings in existing neighborhoods. Does that mean anything to you or your client?
I mean, that was a general statement by the Premier. We've made an application. We've provided demonstration of compatibility through the shadow study, through the angular plane analysis. So it's a case-by-case basis, but I think that the proposal makes sense in this specific case, but maybe a taller building doesn't make sense in every situation.
Thank you. I think it's helpful that your client is here, because I'm sure we're going to hear lots of stuff, and I'm sure he's already heard a lot already. Thank you very much, Mr. Lamon. If there are no other questions from members of council, then we're going to go to, is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak in favor of the application? If so, anyone that comes forward at this point, either in favor or in opposition, or just to ask questions of council, I would ask you to, when you get to the podium, provide us with your name and address for the record that we're maintaining. If there is no one that wishes to speak in favor here, Mr. Patton, is there anyone that's raised a hand in the digital waiting room to speak in favor of the application? Okay. Then I'm going to ask for anyone who wishes to speak in opposition, and I'm going to ask you folks to put your hands up, and I'm going to try to do this in as orderly a fashion as we can. And we're going to stay here till everyone who wishes to address council has had an opportunity to do that. So the floor is open for anyone who wishes to address council. Please come forward. Please come forward. Yep. Good evening.
Good evening. Sorry, I just wanted to know if all these amendments are being asked for, and Fort Erie has a zoning bylaw, and you came up with that for a reason.
Can I ask you to provide us with your name and address?
My
please?
name, I'm sorry, it's Kay Cutmore, and I'm 452 Prospect Point Road North.
How do you spell your last name?
Cutmore.
Okay, and the address again?
452 Prospect Point Road North.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So we put these bylaws in for certain reasons, whoever comes up with that, for the community, for the people that have lived on those streets for years and years. You come up with these bylaws. And then somebody comes in who's bought a piece of land obviously for profit, we all know that, and they want to change all the bylaws. Why are we even considering it? That's the bit that I think I don't understand. When these come to council, I assume that's who they come to begin with, and you see right off the bat that they are not following any of the town's guidelines on the zoning bit, why doesn't it just, hey, no, sorry, you don't meet the criteria, off you go? Like, they buy these pieces of land, and we all know what happens. They wangle their way in, they say 5, oh, we'll do 3, we're doing you a favour, we'll only build 3. But, no, like, have you seen where this is going? I'm sorry, but it's a joke. If we're even considering it, it's a bit of a joke. It's not the right place.
Yeah, Ms. Cutmore, just to answer your initial
Yeah.
question, any property owner has the right, under the Planning Act, to make an application to change the zoning of a property. If there's a need for a change of an official plan to alter the designation of the property, they may do that. Sometimes it's minor in nature if it's zoning, so they can apply for a minor variance.
Yes.
But every property owner in Ontario has the right to do that. So the current owner of this parcel that we're talking about has made the application.
Yeah.
Under the law, under the Planning Act, the council has an obligation to entertain the application. The staff has an obligation to process it within the timelines that Mr. Vanderveen indicated. And then, if a decision is made by council and the developer doesn't like it, they can appeal.
Okay, so I don't know the rules,
Right.
so you have to look at everybody's, even if it doesn't meet our neighborhood
If we don't,
zoning.
if council doesn't agree with the application that's made or parts of the application, then we make a decision. So we can either approve an application, we can deny an application, we can direct a modification of the application, and if the owner of the property doesn't like that, they can appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal.
I see, so you look at everybody's, whatever comes in. So when
Everything
this
that
one
comes in.
came in, and you saw how many things needed to be changed, at that point, why wasn't it sent back and said, this doesn't meet any of our criteria?
So we have a process that's called pre-consultation. And when a property owner wants to change an official plan, change a zoning bylaw, change some requirements with respect to the zoning, then they have to have a meeting with staff. That may include members of the regional staff, Conservation Authority, and then there's a review of the application and the staff provides comments. And then if the developer is amenable to making changes, they can make the changes, and if they're not amenable to making changes, they can proceed. They may make some changes, they may not make any changes, they may make a whole bunch of changes. But
Okay.
they have a right to continue to proceed, whether staff agrees with what they're proposing
Or not. And finally, on the retirement homes, all of them, is that what I got, that they're all going to be for retirees, basically?
That's the target market.
Okay.
But I'm pretty confident that there's no guarantee that just retirees are going to move.
No, obviously. And a study was done, I believe the gentleman said. What kind of a study was done to see whether all these lots were going to house or we have enough retirees to fill all that property? What study would somebody have done to get that information?
We asked the question about whether there was market research done, and the owner has said that he did do market research. So presumably he's got an idea of what's possible to sell if he builds it.
But what kind of market research would that have been? Oh, you're old. Would you consider moving in?
I don't do market research, and I'm going to guess
Yeah,
that that question you
don't.
either.
What I don't like is I don't like listening to conversations about things that are going to affect everybody in this room behind me that are just thrown out there. Like, oh, where's the green space? We don't have parks for our kids in Ridgeway. You know, why can't we get a park? And nobody talks about that. It's all profit, profit, profit to build. And I get that we need things, but there has to be common sense as well. And Tom Lewis, your questions were brilliant. Like, you asked poignant questions that we all wanted to hear. Not to be on the negative, but you wanted to know, what is this going to, who's this going to affect? What's this? And I hear about studies, and I think, you know, there was one up there that said about the museum, and it said no impact on the museum. When you get dynamite in that little pocket of land, we're supposed to believe that it is not going to affect any of the properties around it. That rock is pretty darn thick. You're going to have to shatter it with some major dynamite. It's got to. Common sense, I don't know. I'm not in that field. I'm in education. I just common sense. So anyway, that's it. I asked my question. I'm just going to go now.
So
Thank you.
Before you go,
Do I have to say
in
you're on?
case there's a question by a member of council, Councillor Lewis?
Yes, and just a quick comment before the question. You know, thank you for the comment on the brilliant questions, but I'm glad that was recorded, but I do share the brilliant questions with my colleague to my left who represents Ridgeway quite well. So know that they're shared questions between the two of us.
Good.
And a number of us up here. One question I do have, and I hope that the other presenters that come up just mention it in their deputation to us, but you live on Prospect Point Road.
Yes.
You've been in the neighborhood for a while.
Mm-hmm.
During the official plan, neighborhood plan, secondary plans that the town has done over the years where zoning has been considered, have you had any involvement in any of
None
those?
whatsoever.
Okay, and I appreciate
Yeah.
that answer. But,
Yeah, I'll be honest, none whatsoever.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cutmore. Who's next? Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Tom Smith from 456 Ridge Road. So we live beside the house that they're planning on tearing down. Couple issues I have is when they tear it down and they try to get services back there, like it's 20 inches in the ground, it's solid rock. And they're gonna be blasting right beside my house. My house is over 100 years old. And it sits,
Can we just have one person speaking to council at a time? Okay. Thank you for the warning. And your
I'm
name,
Christine
Mrs.
Smith, and I live at 456 Ridge Road.
Did you say Kay?
Christine
Christine,
Smith,
sorry.
yeah.
So our house sits basically on just a fieldstone foundation. So when they start blasting, like what's gonna happen to my house?
It's going to tumble.
Another thing
It's
is,
old.
they came and did the survey. Now, we moved in 2005. The survey stakes are like 3 inches in, or 30 inches inside my driveway and inside my backyard. So obviously, it's not my backyard, but now I don't have any access to get my vehicles out of the driveway because I'm only gonna have like a 6-foot wide driveway. And back in 2017, when I built my garage, I originally wanted to build a barn-style garage. And when I brought the plans to the town, they said, well, if it goes to council, you should probably revamp it, because if it goes to council, we won't support it because it's taller than your house. So my garage is gonna be, would have been like 5 feet or 5 feet taller than my house, but,
Which is 14 feet 9 inches.
and then now they're gonna build a 5-story apartment building right behind us. So that's my major, those are my major issues.
Ms. Smith?
I also have issues about the parking.
Oh, yes.
It's bad enough trying to back out of the driveway. We have a 9-year-old son. So we're concerned for the safety. It's very, very busy on Ridge Road. So don't go tell me that a new apartment dwelling is not going to increase the volume of traffic on Ridge Road. There are numerous accidents that potentially happen because people don't drive the speed limit. So it's very concerning.
Like right outside our side door would basically be those parking spots down the side of the entranceway. So like I'd come out Sunday morning, grab the paper in my robe, and then there'd be parked cars all looking at me the whole time.
And concerns of safety for my family, for my son, and who's parking there?
So that's our biggest
Yeah.
issues.
Okay, so everything that's being said or asked here this evening is being tabulated by staff and members of council so that it'll be part of the eventual report that we receive. So we appreciate the comments from you and from anyone else who addresses us this evening. Before you go,
Yep.
any questions, Councillor Lewis?
Thank you, Your Worship. And same question to the last one. Official plan, neighborhood plan, 1 and 2.
No, we haven't.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. So, Mr. and Mrs. Smith? Councillor Dubanow had a question.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and sorry to catch you when you were going to sit back down. Just, you piqued my interest when you mentioned about the survey stakes. I'm just wondering, have you proceeded to do your own survey, or have you contacted your title insurance from when you purchased the property or anything like that when the stakes went up?
No, we haven't. I don't really know that much about the whole process. That's one reason why I'm here tonight, to try to figure out like what would happen. Like, would I have access to that road if that road goes in? Like, how would that all work out?
You may want to speak to your lawyer from when you purchased the property about that,
Okay.
regarding that. That's
Okay.
just why I mentioned that.
No, that's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lady in the back. Oh, Bonnie Earhart. Well, you are a lady now. You're-
You've known me for quite a while.
Good evening.
Good evening, I'm Bonnie Earhart. I'm currently residing at 469 Prospect Point Road North. First, I would just like to say thank you for hearing us all today. This is very important to everybody. We've all been residents here for quite some time, so this definitely has an impact on our lives and the lives that are coming into Ridgeway, who value it as a town. It's a town, it's a community. I wasn't prepared, so I wrote my questions on a gas receipt. I just have one major question for the panel, I guess I can call you. The overflow of parking, how will you manage that? Because if they're allowing one space per dwelling, I believe it is, and I could be incorrect.
Space for the semi-detached, the developer's asking for 1.3
Right.
for each of the condo units.
Thank you.
The bylaw says 1.5.
Okay. So generally, they have visitors. Visitors take up sometimes they have more than one visitor. Where would they be parking? We have summer residents who come in every year, faithful summer residents. And now our streets are going to be even more bombarded by traffic and parking. We also have a school that is over max. We have many, many, many students there. Our student traffic is wonderful to see, but there are a lot of children coming home, walking home, biking home. My son is now in grade 2 at John Brandt. He is now riding his bike on his own, and I would definitely, as a parent, be worried about that influx of traffic around that neighborhood with one stoplight. And then I believe the next stop sign is down by, Nye Road? Yeah, that's pretty major. My next question, it might be for the applicant, I'm not sure, but the target market is retirees. I'm employed, self-employed. I serve the retired community who don't have access to services because they're in their homes, they're unable to get out of their homes. A lot of my clients have disabilities and medical issues that reduce their mobility. Now, from what I can see on that plan, if it's targeted to retirees, There's not that much accessible parking there for them. And that would be a significant concern because they're a vulnerable population and an increasing vulnerable population. The last thing I really have to say is I was talking about the tree conservation. And it was devastating to me, and I'm sure the rest of our community and to you all, to see those before and after shots that we just saw. It's beautiful and green. That's part of Ridgeway. That's always been a part of Ridgeway. And now we're decimating it. They're asking for, they've been given a recommendation for retaining 55 existing trees. And I believe the response from the applicant was, it was under their tree protection. Well, that wasn't mentioned in the recommendation of retaining 55 trees. It was just flat out retaining 55 trees. How can we lose that much in such a small space? When we need those trees, we need them. Our kids need them. And our previous speakers, they mentioned that we have no park space for children. No wonderful splash pads for children. We have one down at the old train station by the, I believe it's by the beer store, but that's it. For over 700 students that go to Ridgeway, John Brandt, we have one splash pad, two splash pads, one by the library, but that's all for over 700 children. And then more families are coming, and we still have not been able to accommodate somewhere for them to have a safe haven and somewhere to play. We're running out of room here in Ridgeway and Fort Erie for kids to play. It's very evident. So I think that's all of my ramblings. I appreciate you listening to me.
Thank you very much, Ms. Earhart. Any members of council have any questions? Councillor Lewis.
Same question as the last one.
Yes.
Official plan, neighborhood plan?
No.
Any involvement? Okay. And the
No.
last one, are you aware that the town is currently doing its Parks and Open Space Master Plan? And the reason I'm asking is so that everyone in the room hears that it's happening. And
That's wonderful to hear. I was not aware of that, but thank you for informing me of that. I have one more comment. I forgot to say this, and I hope it's okay that I mention it. The area where this is being proposed, these houses have been here for so long. Those community members have invested more than 20 years, more than 30 years into our town, and we're asking them to compromise their investment into our community, not just their home, but their community. And I find that it's really hard to see that be dismissed, because they're a very integral part of our community and how much we built it up. That's all.
Just for clarity, it's not being dismissed. That's why we're here listening.
I appreciate that.
We have an obligation to process these applications, and that's why we have the public meetings, because we want to hear what the residents have to say.
Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you very much. So remember what we said, no clapping and no booing. Yes, sir. You at the back. Yep. Good evening.
Hello. My name is Dave Van Hovert. Since 1989, our family, my wife and I, have lived at 451 Prospect Point Road in Ridgeway, where we still live with our 3 adult children. That's by choice. It is by choice.
Us with that.
In answer to your question, Mr. Lewis, we have not been a part of that secondary planning. I'm not even sure that we got notified that that was happening, or else we would have, because maybe 30 years ago, we were involved with the application for the same parcel of land that got denied by then, it was the Ontario Municipal Board. And so we were involved with that quite heavily. But to what you're asking about, no, we have not. And I do have a logistics question. I was told there might be somewhere to plug in my computer here, because I tried to send in photos that I'll be using, and the file was way too big to send in.
Cole? assist? Is there someplace?
Not to plug in a computer, way it's built for that.
So you, okay, so so you've got a presentation, but we don't have a way that you can push that up. But what you can do is you can forward that to the clerk, and then the clerk can distribute that. Or were you wanting to reference it tonight?
Yes, I wanted to reference it tonight. I wanted to be able to show the photos tonight. And on Darrell's advice, I did try to send it in to the clerk. But because each of my pictures is 8 megabytes, it wouldn't even accept anything that I sent in.
Can I suggest that you work with Mr. Patton to get that to us? It may be that you'll have to put it on a USB and then provide that to Cole, and then he can circulate that to us, and it will become part of the record, if that's acceptable.
Sure, and anything that I would appreciate if council got to look at it. I was hoping that everyone could. I could run around. I don't want, thank you. But I mean, I could hold it on my computer and show it around and then send it to you later if you want to do that. But I'll speak to that and what you would have seen. Close your eyes and draw a picture in your head, and then when you get the files, then you'll know what I was talking about, if that's okay with you. So I do want to speak to the protection of the red-headed woodpecker. I know I sent an email to council regarding that. I've also sent an email or emails to the ministry regarding that, and I think we had an update here tonight that it was in the back and forth kind of area where it was between the town and the developer, and they're going to try to come to some compromise, but that's the latest I got it. And the person that I was dealing with was his compliance officer. Her name is Lindsay Dunville, and she's with the MECP, and she said just today that she's got nothing further to report. So I would hope that...
Excuse me, Dave. The CAO just indicated to me that if we can get your presentation onto a speed stick, then we may be able to get that up here later on. So if you want to see if we can do that, I don't know who's got a speed stick.
What do you guys have?
You've got one, yeah. So
Someone provide it for me.
So then you can do that, and then provide that to Mr. Patton, and then when he's got that, we'll call you back up. So if you want to, you don't have to do that right there.
Okay.
You can do that at the back of the room or wherever, or you can do it beside Cole. And then we'll call you back up when you're finished, but we'll continue on with the next resident.
Okay, thanks. And because it's technology above my level, I'll just refer to my daughter, and we'll just step outside and get that done and bring it back in.
That's yeah, and Cole as well can assist you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I did see somebody, okay, I'll go with you, sir. Yep.
Hello and good evening,
Good evening.
Mayor. Hello, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Ron Hughes. I live at 2183 Point Abino Road in Stevensville. I would like to address some of the issues here as an arborist and a municipal employee. First of all, the most important thing, because of my age, one entrance in a development proposed for seniors seems a little crazy to me. Second, parking along a road is not something you plan if you've ever driven a snowplow. The reduction of parking from 1.5 to 1.3. So if it's 1.5, that means 3 cars for 2 units. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
No, that's not correct.
You said 1.3.
1.3 per unit.
Right.
Okay, so if it's 1.3, does that mean 4 units is 4 units? If you've got a third plus 1, right? I don't know how to divide a car in a third, but I understand the math. So if you have 1.3, I went with 1.5 because that was what was in what the city bylaw was. So 1.5 per unit is 3 cars for 2 units. If you got 1.5 in one unit and 1.5 in another unit, that means 2 units combined have 3 spots. Is that right? That seems a little small to me. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the trees. So I've discussed the parking along the roadway. Doesn't make any sense if you've ever driven a plow truck. One entrance for a place that's supposed to be for seniors doesn't make sense either. You're going to have paramedics in there on a regular basis. That's just the nature of us being old. They also talked about reducing the planting strips. That means less vegetation. That means less vegetation that's going to suck up CO2, which is increasing quite a bit, and producing oxygen. The other thing that people don't realize is the whole shadowing effect. They had shadow studies. I don't imagine there's too many people in this room that even understand that. Plants are affected by the amount of light they get, and it's a time issue. So if a plant is in a 12-hour time period, it's blooming. If it's in a 16 or 18-hour time period, it's vegetative. So the shadowing will affect the plants. So even if they make allowances for trees, the shadowing will affect the vegetation. The other thing is when you complete this development, the soil will be, how can I say this politically correctly, not very good. It will be dead soil because it won't have the microbiotic life in it, because that will be destroyed during construction. The other thing was about the private trees. People say, I'm not going to allow my tree to be taken down. It's adjacent to the development. I don't agree. It's a form of protest. What these private tree owners have to realize is that the root structure encompasses the canopy of the tree. So if the canopy of the tree hangs over the property line, the roots are over there too. And if they're destroyed during construction, it may take 2 or 3 years, but that tree will die, or it could fall onto the private owner's home because the roots on the development side are gone and there's nothing to support the tree. We have to take into consideration prevailing winds when it comes to trees. The other thing was, one of the issues, or the 3 issues at the beginning of the meeting, were direction from the provincial government. And I know they've got to push on housing, and there's not enough housing, and I understand all this. But those directives from the provincial government can change through election. We need to keep that in mind. And I want to remind everybody here how important it is to vote.
Okay, Mr. Hughes, you're supposed to address us.
Yeah, I know. Oh, the other thing I wanted to address was, when you add all these new people, are you making allowances for classroom space? We don't need portables. We need real classroom space. So I've dealt with the trees, I've dealt with the parking. Oh yes, my last question. There's private roads in this development. Who will be responsible for road maintenance and winter control? And if there's only one entrance in and out, and there's a heavy snowfall, and we need to move snow out with dump trucks and loaders, how are we going to do that?
So, Mr. Hughes, if it's a condo development, that would be the responsibility of the condominium corporation.
Okay. All right, that's it. Thank you for your time.
No, thank you very much for coming out. Any members of council have any questions? You don't look that old, by the way.
We'll all be there someday, if God willing.
Sure.
And we need access to paramedics.
Yes.
We will have strokes. We will have heart attacks. I can guarantee you that, and I'm not a doctor.
Thanks for brightening up the evening. Okay, how are we making out with Mr. Van Helvert? Cole? Still working on it? Okay, okay, all right. So I'm going to go to someone else then next. Yes, please come forward, sir. Good evening.
Michael Garno from 3296 Poplar Avenue,
Your
Ridgeway.
last name again?
Garno,
How do you spell that?
Garneau. I've been a resident of this community, Ridgeway, for 8 years, going on 9 now, and it's a gorgeous community. I just want to make a statement that the development is willy-nilly here. It's gone out of control. But mine is more for the council. It's not a complaint against the proposals that are being made. Is this council looking forward? The federal governments, both in the United States and Canada, have already determined that electrification of vehicles is going to be mandated by 2030, 2035. By the time this building is built, it will still be brand new. Is there accommodations being made in these parking spots for electrification, which is the future, and the future is right on our doorstep? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Any questions by members of council? Thank you very much. It's a good question. Yes, ma'am, please come forward. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and staff, my neighbors. My name is Kim Brunton. I am a fairly new resident on Prospect Point Road North. I reside at 480. Cole, can you bring up my... I have a little bit of a... Thank you. Okay, so we have heard a lot about the development. We've heard a lot about subject lands. I would like for a minute to talk about Ridgeway. Ridgeway, if we look at Come Explore Canada. Come Explore Canada describes Ridgeway as a quaint village nestled in Fort Erie, a hidden gem within the Niagara region. Wikipedia puts Ridgeway as a village that offers Victorian charm. This is in jeopardy. For our neighborhood, again, not the subject lands, our neighborhood. It consists of mainly large, lotted single-family homes, deep, spacious yards, and a very relaxed atmosphere. The area is quiet, it is well-established, and it is not only present on the block that contains the subject lands, but also on the facing streets bordering the subject block, Hazel, Ridge Road, Dominion Road, and Prospect Point Road North. So I'm just going to say it's also subject to the habitat to the red-headed woodpecker. I'm sure you'll hear more about that later. This picture is actually from the zoning map from Fort Erie, and it shows a really great picture of our neighborhood. It shows the depth of those lots. It shows single-family dwellings on those lots, and it does show that nice little empty space in the middle that Mr. Fisher has purchased. One of the points that bothers me in what Mr. Lerman has brought up is that they're looking at potential further development on 402. And according to the town zoning map, that's estimated as heritage land. So I'm a little confused on that. So here are some facts about our neighborhood. The subject land lies within a block that consists of 93,451 square meters. That's comprised of 55 properties. 11,800 is is what I'm designating, or what has been designated as heritage land, and to my knowledge cannot be developed. I may be mistaken on that, or that may be a future plan for another zoning bylaw or amendment. So that remains, there's just over 81,000 square meters. 57,000 square meters of that allotment is designated to R1 residential. It comprises 39 properties and 71% of the entire block. Let that sit for a minute. The average lot size for those R1 holdings is 1,465 square meters. Average. There are 4 commercial C2, C4 properties on the block, and you can see what the square meters of that, but 7.2% of the block. 10 designated CMU4s, which is 18% of the block, and 1 RM1 260. The subject land is part of that, and that's 1.8% of our entire block. We've all seen site plans. We've all seen this picture. What we haven't seen, we have seen this picture as well, which is a nice little yellowed out area of where this apartment building, these semi-detached dwellings are supposed to, or are being requested to be built. In this, you can see the aerial view really shows the properties surrounding this area very, very well. It shows the depth and the space of the surrounding area. Okay, so now let's put it there. So once you put that in to the plan, the site plan superimposed on our block, this is what the developer plans to inject literally in the middle and the heart of our block, of our neighborhood. This would place 115 dwellings in the area only 6.9% larger than the average one R1 or zoned property on the block. To me, if this looks ridiculous, it's because it is. We've all seen the building facade that is proposed to be literally, again, put down in the middle of our well-established homes, our well-established neighborhood, and our large lots. The developer, Mayor Redekop, I think you said it very well. There's 19 variances they're asking on top of an RM2 zoning request. And I think, I don't want to belabor the point, but there's been a lot of talk about what those variances are, what those setbacks mean to the neighborhood. The northern lot line, I go back if I can, oops. I don't think I can go back. Here we go. The northern lot line, that comprises 2 properties. 2 properties. And there is a setback plan for 1.7 meters rather than the 3 meters that is supposed to be there. The eastern is 1.9. Eastern being here. These homes are very much affected by that. Oops. For this, it's noted in the site survey, surveying, grading, and landscaping section of the interoffice memorandum that we received in our packet, dated March 28th from Brad Johnson, Supervisor of Development Engineering of the town of Fort Erie. That references page 3 of that memorandum, that increased drainage challenges occur in these types of infill developments where existing lots within established neighborhoods sometimes do not have suitable drainage outlets in place. Depending on the grades and the drainage needs, swales will likely be required for this property. However, when you figure in the reduced setbacks, there's not enough room. The variances requested and the fact that trees cannot be planted within those swale conveyances limits what happens with regard to trees. And I realize that the tree issue will have to be redone, but let's keep that in the back of our minds. The trees plantings that are proposed on the site in these areas fall below the minimum allowed for an RM2, with the rear and northern side noted in the site plan. Mr. Johnson, in his memo, actually also noted that in some cases, rear yard and side yard widths may have to actually be wider than the typical minimums that are dictated by zoning. Okay, we go back to the site plan. Again, the variances. I really don't think, I've got them all kind of listed out, and I think that we've kind of talked about them ad nauseum. They exist, they are wrong, and they do not fit or have any respect for the neighbors. Again, from our packet, provincial policy, page 2, the Niagara Region Growth Strategy and Economic Development Report. Full residential uses are generally permitted within the built-up area designation, subject to availability of adequate municipal services, infrastructure, and policies regarding land use compatibility. My question is, what is the compatibility we're talking about? Is it the compatibility with the building and the angles, or is it the compatibility with us, with the neighborhood, with the people who live there? Niagara official plan, policy 2211, encourages the opportunity for the integration of gentle density and mixed range of housing options that considers the character of established residential neighborhoods in a way that supports forecasted growth. Please note, the policy is to consider the character of established neighborhoods and residential areas. Further to that, among the elements listed in our packet, the Town Council is to consider, when amendments to the official plan are proposed, is the compatibility, again, of proposed uses with uses in adjoining areas. Where adjoining areas. Trees, I don't think I'm going to talk about it too much more. 148 on the land, 94 of them are slated for removal. 36 of those slated for removal meet the town's new bylaw aimed at protecting the town's canopy. And this was actually acknowledged in the staff's response, and I believe that would mean that there is compensation that will be required for that activity to happen. Again, this proposal is also asking for that variance to the current RM2 zone requirement of 25% landscaped area. So we're going to get rid of a lot of trees, possibly a habitat for an endangered species, and we're still not going to live up to the requirement of a proposed zoning change. Put together, the pink area here represents the building, this building. Again, look at the neighborhood. Does that belong there? The neighbors on Prospect Point will now be confronted with 126 parked cars in their backyards, where they were once able to enjoy deer, fox, turkey, other woodland creatures, in addition to the red-headed woodpecker, and other migratory works. We, the residents, fully understand that this is now private property, and it falls outside of the regulated area that regulated by the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. It's not identified as being part of Niagara Region's natural heritage system in the Niagara official plan. I think you need to understand, we as neighbors, we as members of this community are not against growth, nor are we against development. But the type of building that is being proposed is an affront to those that have made their homes, some for decades, on this block. They are asking that existing building code or building zones be respected or minimally altered. Work with us to allow semi-detached dwellings in the area along with the asked CMU4 zoning along Ridge. But it is unreasonable to ask for a 5-story apartment building and a parking lot to literally be in the middle of a well-established neighborhood. It has been mentioned, 2021, the developer purchased this land knowing what the zoning laws were for that land. Yes, he can make all the requests that he wants. It's now going to be up to council, and hopefully council will see exactly how this doesn't fit in our neighborhood. There is a place for intensification and moving forward with the town's official plan for building. This is not the correct place for it. There are no such other developments proposed that would so negatively impact our surrounding environment. There are many new proposed subdivisions that are slated on lands that would not have a negative impact on established neighborhoods. 613 Helena Street, 135 new 2-story buildings in a new subdivision. 1127 Garrison, 4 3-story condo units totaling 90 new dwellings, again, a new subdivision. Craft Road, Crescent Acres, a new subdivision, 145 townhouses, 67 single-family, and 8 semi-detached dwellings. 644 Garrison, a new subdivision, 6-story apartment building housing 192 units. The common denominator there is new subdivision, not in the middle of an existing established neighborhood. In August and September of 2022, Niagara this week met the candidates. Councillor Christensen, you cited one of the reasons that you decided to run was the passion for helping people that you care for and work for. It doesn't go away because you don't have a regular job anymore. One of your top 3 issues, in consultation with the community, for its betterment, sustain Ridgeway's essence. Acknowledge external pressures, driving change, and then lead the change if directly town-controlled. Influence and shape the direction of change mandated by other governments, housing density, traffic, human services, those types of things. Ms. Christensen, we are asking you care about us. We want to sustain our Ridgeway. We want to realize change and development, that we realize change and development will happen. It is going to happen, and in many cases, it's needed. It's welcome. The town, this decision is a town-controlled decision. Please lead. Influence this unrealistic increase in housing density where it is currently proposed. Councillor Flagg, one of your top 3 issues was making sure that growth and quality of life and accessibility to physical, mental, and spiritual health equal the rapid rate of community growth that we are currently experiencing. Councillor Flagg, our quality of life is in jeopardy. Our mental and spiritual health under attack due to this proposed community growth. Councillor Noyes, I understand, is not here tonight, but I will move this on so that it is part of the record. She decided to run because a councillor has direct input to strategic planning, setting priorities, policies, and establishing bylaws. I will address the needs of my community, ensuring council decisions put residents at the forefront. One of the top 3 issues was control development growth to ensure that it fits with the surrounding neighborhood. We are asking for that. Councillor Lewis, you decided to run because you believe that Fort Erie can use your enthusiasm, experience, knowledge, and your ability to listen and advocate. Your top 3 issues: manage growth and continued investment in roads, sewer, water infrastructure, and established a balanced framework that respects concerns of residents and allows for short-term rentals. Mr. Lewis, please demonstrate your ability to listen and to advocate. Manage growth reasonably and with respect to our concerns. And lastly, this is actually in my email, Mayor Redekop, on March 23rd, 2022, CBC News had a news report pertaining to the opposition of Harbortown Village in Waverly Beach. You were quoted in that article as saying there are 2 things that we need to do as the community grows, as we manage growth. Number one, protect our existing neighborhoods. Number 2, protect our natural heritage. Mr. Mayor, we implore you at this time to protect our existing neighborhood. We ask that you vote this proposal down. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brunton, and thank you for reminding us what we said in the past. I always hate those moments. Do any members of council have any questions of Ms. Brunton? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for your presentation, and more specifically, thank you for quoting me accurately, because that is what I said. And I'm also glad that someone was listening. I just want to ask the same question that was asked to the previous people who've lived in the neighborhood for a while in terms of involvement in the official plan, neighborhood plan, relating to the neighborhood. Have you had any involvement in the past?
I have not. I am relatively new to the neighborhood.
Okay, and I missed that part of the beginning, part of the question. And thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and through you, thank you very much for not reminding me of what I said. Councillor McDermott and I, we kind of won the lottery on that, and it's all good. I don't want to take away from anything that you had mentioned. I think it was a very good presentation, but you did mention 644 Garrison Road, and you had mentioned that that was a new subdivision. Are you aware that we had and continue to have similar opposition such as what you have here this evening regarding the construction of that apartment building by the neighbors directly behind?
No, I did not. I saw that, when I looked everything up, I saw that I looked at the proposed, and, you know, what happens as far as that, it would be, as far as I recall, it would be neighbors to the rear of that building, or that area.
That's correct, and if I may continue, Worship. So, going back, you weren't aware that it was originally zoned as commercial, one floor, and that it wasn't a new subdivision, it was part of a mixed commercial residential?
No, I was not.
Okay. Very good presentation. I don't want to take away from anything you mentioned, I just
No,
wanted
thank you for the.
We deal with these challenges all the time.
Absolutely.
And this isn't the first, and very much appreciate you coming
Fully
here.
respect that.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you. Any other members of council? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Next. Yes, please. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Vivian Clark Mirza, and I live at 461 Prospect Point Road. So I want to bring up the tree issue. This seems to be a big thing, and very specifically with regards to the report that was made. I was one of the people that wrote in letters specifically requesting that none of the trees be taken down off of our property. On the plan, it very, very boldly indicated 3 of our trees would be gone. We have 3 trees at the back, 3 would be slated for removal. And in the report, in section 6.1, it also states that the removal of those trees, the following trees which were listed, would be required in order to accommodate the proposed development. Therefore, in order for this development to happen, the removal of our trees would have been necessary. We are clearly indicating we don't want them gone. And I can speak on behalf of my immediate neighbors as well, because they have indicated so as well, and they have written in letters to that. Since our trees will be preserved, it is incumbent on the developer to revise the site plan to reflect that no grading or site alteration will occur in close proximity to these trees. The site plan needs to be revised to maintain all grading and site alteration outside of the drip lines of our trees, thereby helping to ensure their long-term protection. And this is generally standard industry practice and should be considered for this development. I need to know how this site plan can even be considered, knowing that the neighbors will never agree to their removal. We spoke a little bit earlier, Mr. Vanderveen talked a little bit about the changes with the site plan, some modifications that have been done, but to my knowledge, that parking lot is still going to be there. There have been no changes to that parking lot, other than some of the weight perhaps bearing on that one part that would have been the second floor. And by the way, that's not by where my property is, but would follow along the other properties of Prospect Point Road North. I need to know the process. How is this going to happen? If the site plan needs to have those trees gone, we're saying they're not going to be removed. So now what?
So that's a very good point, and I'm hoping that staff marks that down, because this issue that Mr. Hughes has raised is an important issue in terms of construction. So that's something that staff hopefully will comment on that. Councillor Dubanow.
Yes, Your Worship. Thank you very much, and through you, thank you very much for coming in and speaking this evening. I recall getting your emails and was quite interested in what you had mentioned. I'm just curious, just for the record here, about how far away from the property line are these trees in question?
They're quite close. I'm not sure what the distance would have been in terms of the tree preservation plan. In other words, what was the boundary that the consultants used? One is, they're not considered boundary. Mine are clearly on our property. They are not boundary. A lot of these ones that are deemed to be preserved, the 55, most likely are boundary trees. Mine, these 3 that are right on our property. So I would say about 6 feet to in there. There's 2 black walnuts, a basswood, and they are all deemed in very good condition. And they are the 3 trees that we have, and they will be very significant for us should this development occur and help with privacy issues and shading as well.
And thank you very much for answering that. As you know, council had just passed a tree preservation bylaw. It's something we're very keen to, uphold our tree canopy here. And I too would not give permission. I would want them there for privacy too. So I understand where you're coming from. Thank you for coming and speaking this evening.
Okay.
I hope you continue to have dialogue with staff too to iron this out.
Right, so the thing is too, I guess my concern is that once they're gone, like if roots are damaged, they're damaged. And I don't want to be watching every step of the way either. But I need to be with that process. So I will be in touch with that part of it. One other comment I just wanted to make, totally a different topic altogether. There was a reference made to the heritage study that was done. No direct impact that's perceived to happen to the building, the 402 Ridge Road, that building, where the Fort Erie Museum is currently located. However, the consulting firm that did the study, they actually said their recommendation was that a vibrational assessment be done. And I was just wondering if there was one done. I didn't see it in the report. I was just wondering if one had been done. Because they couldn't predict any indirect results, negative impact that might have happened due to construction.
Right, so that's something that staff will have to provide us with some information on.
Okay.
Okay, and are there any other members of council that had any questions of Ms. Clark and Rutza? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Patton, how are we making out there with Mr. Van Helvert?
We've got it sorted, working, it just takes a bit of kind of work, but we'll get it out there. Very ready.
Okay, so why don't we do that now and get Mr. Van Helvert up here if he's still here. There he comes.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna make it really. These are all the photos, right? These are them? Yeah, and where's the ones? So I'll pull those up to make it easier. Okay. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna share your screen. You're gonna show those photos, and then I'll pop my screen over. Well,
No, he can't. Councillor Lewis suggested you could lead us in song, and I said, no, you can't.
Oh, no. Thank you for saying no to that. Okay, thanks. Okay. Do you need me to go through the intro again, or are we good on that?
You can pick up, you had talked about the PowerPoint presentation, and then you were just starting in with the red-headed woodpecker,
Okay.
so you can start at that point if you wish.
All right, so Dave Anhover presentation, take two. Let's go here. Hopefully we'll, and I do feel a little bit relieved that it was such a pain in the bum to do that, because then I don't feel as bad that I couldn't figure it out myself. So on the screen, you'll see some of the pictures of the red-headed woodpecker. It has frequented the trees in our backyard since, well, actually, the trees in our backyard and those beyond our property line since about 2019, I think, is the first time that we saw them. So these sightings, at first I was taking pictures of them like crazy, like the old retired guy would do. But after that, in years past, I have different ways of viewing it and way up closer, and it's just more enjoyable that way to see them moving around and doing whatever rather than trying to capture pictures. I have recorded the sightings with the National Heritage Information Center, and they gave me a file number for that. So hopefully something is going to happen with that. The red-headed woodpecker is protected by 3 pieces of legislation: the Migratory Birds Convention Act, the Species at Risk Act, and the Endangered Species Act. So basically, their nests, their eggs, and their habitats are protected by law. As well as the red-headed woodpecker in the trees in the same area, I have prepared a list of birds that fall strictly under the Migratory Birds Convention Act. I can provide that to you. I don't want to read them out because there are 30 birds in our backyards.
Yeah, if you
that
could provide that to staff, that would be helpful.
Yep, absolutely. So needless to say, it's an important part for our family, like our everyday life, those of us who aren't working or who are retired, and we get to sit out back and enjoy the birds, and especially the red-headed woodpecker. It's just like, seeing the northern lights. If you've never seen one before, they are phenomenal looking bird, and it's something that we've come to enjoy and learned a lot about, and learned that they were endangered was something I didn't know the first time that we laid eyes on it. So as well, I've got a few pictures, like I've got tons of pictures of this, but I also took some pictures of the trees in the backyard and those on the proposed land, I think at 440 Ridge Road, using a zoom lens. And it shows in the trees that there are holes where woodpeckers would nest. And I've got about 5 or 6 of those. If you want to, is that the ones you're going to have difficulty showing? Okay. So again, I'll provide them to staff. I mean, you've got them, but because they're Google photos, they're for some reason really hard to pick up and send up to here. So all that being said, and I think, well, I know that I included it in the letter to the town, that because of the red-headed woodpecker alone and its protections under the law, that we implore you to protect the red-headed woodpecker and its habitat, and also implore you to follow the legislation that it's protected under. And I would suggest that knowingly allowing a development to proceed, knowing that the removal of the trees would be in violation of the protection of that habitat, that I wouldn't want anyone on the town council to be held liable for somehow contravening those acts. So I won't go into that more because I did send in a pretty long-winded letter about that, but clearly it's a passion. I'm going to switch gears, and I'm flipping to the Planning and Development Services Development, Building and Bylaw Statistical Reporting Third Quarter Report. It's dated January 2024. And there are some areas in here that I found pretty interesting. In the report itself, under the residential inventory, using the current average for annual absorption of 252, so the inventories of the registered plans, the draft approved, and the active plans showed that there was a 15.12 years worth of supply of residential inventory. So the Planning Department Services report stated that in general terms, the town is still in a healthy and comfortable position with its current inventory for residential supply. Then in looking at the report, the proposed development at 436-440 Ridge Road wasn't even included in those numbers. So even without this proposed development, town staff is saying that they're at a comfortable and healthy level of inventory for development, for residential development. Here's something that I found staggering when I looked further through the report. It indicated that the Ridgeway Thunder Bay area, neighborhood, accounted for a staggering 47.8% of all the new building permits issued by neighborhood. So, me personally, I'd say that the quaint little village of Ridgeway is beyond its residential development saturation point, and there, in my opinion, doesn't need to be further development. I know that's a pipe dream, but the numbers provided by the town bear those facts. Then further, in a report by the Planning and Development Services, it's a report PDS-01-2024. It was prepared for council and committee on January 15th of 2024. And it included information basically that went back to the third quarter report that I just spoke about. The report stated in relation to council's corporate strategic plan, the priority is sustainable and managed growth, and further it mentioned initiative 3.1.4, which is managed growth in a responsible manner. So in the summary of the report, the PDS, if I can call them that, rather than having to twist my tongue a million times, they stated that the town of Fort Erie is growing at an exponential rate as provided by the data herein. As the town continues to grow, staff will continue to monitor data trends and strive to meet the needs of the community. So again, I'd say that it's pretty clear from the data and the report of the Planning and Services Department that residential development in Ridgeway, especially at the proposed magnitude and density that is being asked for at 436-440 Ridge Road, it's not needed, and it's, to me, seemingly not growth in a responsible manner. So I'll just speak next to the PDS-17-2024. And I will say to begin with that I'm pretty disappointed that those of us waiting for this report received it 2 days before today's meeting. I don't think any of us here have a staff that have the knowledge and the experience that the planning department has. They put this forward and we have to decipher and try to learn from it in 2 days and come to speak to you about it in a manner that hopefully will persuade you to see our side of it. So I'm just going to try to address some of the points of this report. Number 5 is speaks to the purpose of the report. in paragraph 8, planning staff note that this proposal has been revised by the agent/owner following feedback from the public and staff after the information open house. And a couple things about that. That open house was not at all what any of us expected. We thought there might be some kind of format being followed, something that would be someone there that would take the lead and say, hey, this is who I am. Hey, this is the owner or the developer and the person speaking on their behalf. But there were a bunch of easels around to take a look at pictures, and we, for the most part, talked to each other as residents. Because I had dealt with Darrell before, I spoke to him, and because I'd seen Michael Fisher at one of these meetings before, I asked him a couple of questions. So, anyways, going back to the statement, following feedback from the public and staff after that open house, I noticed the semantics that the report doesn't say the proposal was revised based on the public and staff feedbacks. And it's a big difference. So I'll tell you that I listed them in 8 major areas of concern because I went around and spoke to a lot of people at that meeting. And the 8 major concerns were the overwhelmingly opposed to any sized apartment building, the height of the building, again, we're talking about the apartment building, not being compatible with existing neighborhood. It's too high of an increase of density. The destruction of trees and natural habitat. Water drainage concerns. How services would be provided to the buildings. And potential damage to the adjacent homes and properties. So based on the things that I heard, and I'm looking at the revision, I would say that the owner-developer responded by amending the apartment building from 4 stories to 5. Is that really in response to our concerns? My opinion is that it isn't. Then the report goes at 13.7 it speaks to 13.7 of the town's official plan. And it lists, don't quote me on this, whether it's A to H or something like that, of things that needed to be followed under the official plan. But I just handpicked a few out so I can speak to them. Under A, the need for the proposed use. So as mentioned earlier, based on the PDS reports and the subsequent, the third quarter report and the subsequent report to the council and committee, the reports show that there's no need for the proposed development. So I don't think that A pertains to this. Then under C, the physical suitability of the land for such proposed use. And in the case of lands exhibiting or abutting a natural heritage feature, demonstration of compliance with the natural heritage policies of this plan. So I just got a question, is a rock bed land, which since 1988 is said to be abutting heritage land, suited for this proposed development? I'll just leave that as a rhetorical question. Then under E of that same section, the compatibility of the proposed use with uses in adjoining areas. And in response to that, I'll go back to 6.1 of this report, where it lists the land uses surrounding the subject lands as almost exclusively single detached dwellings to the north, the south, the east, and the west. Again, my opinion, this would make a 5-story or any story apartment building incompatible with the adjoining land uses. And under F, the effects of such proposed use on the surrounding areas, in respect to the minimizing of any possible depreciating or deteriorating effect upon adjoining properties. Well, I'll say it, but I don't know if I need to, that it's clear that a development of this scope and nature in the area that they're trying to, or that they're proposing to have it developed, it will undoubtedly have a negative impact on the depreciating effect on adjoining properties, where the current owner's livability level will also be greatly deteriorated. So I did notice that the report includes part of 13.7 of the official plan, but it omits the portion of it that states that council shall have due regard to the following criteria, which are in addition to the policies and criteria specified elsewhere in this plan. So I'm wondering why the policies under the urban residential at 4.7.4.1 have been omitted from that information package. You know, from our side of it, feels like it's maybe a one-sided report, especially when something is, I don't know, blatant as that is omitted. And at 4.7.4.1, in considering medium density and high density residential uses, redevelopment and infill residential intensification on vacant land. A few of the points there. Under A, the height, bulk, and arrangement of buildings and structures to achieve a harmonious design, compatible integration with the surrounding area, and not negatively impact on lower density residential uses. B says appropriate open space, including landscaping and buffering to maximize privacy and minimize the impact on adjacent lower density uses. And C, parking areas that are sufficient sized to satisfy the need of the development and are well designed and properly related to buildings and landscape areas. So I'll stop there because there are a few others, but simply said, that's A, B, and C. There's three strikes. In my opinion, you're out. Basically, in closing, I just want to bring up something from the Town of Fort Erie's 2023 to 2026 Corporate and Strategic Plan. And it lists as one of its strategic pillars, and we all passed by it as we walked in the doors to this meeting, but one of its strategic pillars is sustained and managed growth. It further indicates, and I quote, a community that manages growth responsibly and recognizes existing neighborhoods by implementing effective planning and policy. So what I'm asking, and I'm asking on behalf of my family, is that the elected officials of this town council truly recognize the existing neighborhood that is surrounding this proposed land. Take our concerns into consideration when making your decision, and please represent the wishes of your constituents and say no to this development as it's proposed. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Helvert. Appreciate the reference to the various aspects of the official plan as well. Any members of council have any questions? And Mr. Patton, you'll be circulating the photos to members of council?
The photos you can access, yes, and I have the other ones, but it depends on.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Good, thank you.
Okay, so, yes, please come forward, sir, in the back row. Good evening.
Hi there. My name is Anthony Alexiak. I'm at 432 Prospect Point Road North. I'm on the east side of Prospect, so I'm not on ground zero, but I'm on ground zero plus one. I'd like to talk about a couple things, but I've got to tell you, bad timing. I should have gone before Dave and Kim. Those were excellent presentations. And they covered...
Repeat them if you don't want to.
No. Actually, I was just going to summarize the entire evening. No. A lot of reports, a lot of technical aspects. I don't want to talk about any of that. What I'd like to do, though, is take everybody, including the developer, everyone, take you into our eyes and tell you what life is going to look like on Prospect Point Road North, maybe in 2 years from now. Do you know what no one's talked about? Is the development at Hazel in Prospect. No one's talked about what's happening at the old Ridgeway Crystal Beach High School. And when we cumulatively take those two developments with this potential development, my life and everyone on my street is going to be very different. I'm self-employed, I work from home, and I can tell you my quality of life and my neighbors is going to be tremendously diminished by this. And I would challenge the developer and I would challenge anyone on council to explain to me how my quality of life is going to be improved by this development. I remember my political science professor at first year at Queen's University saying one of the things that has stuck with me forever. He said, there's an old saying, more isn't better, better is better. And I think what we're seeing in the town of Fort Erie is a mistaken idea that more development is better. Maybe it's more revenue for the town, but it's not necessarily improving the quality of life for the residents. Right now, I watch Top of the Ridge Daycare, when they take their kids out, we call it the chain gang, and they have to navigate Prospect Point and Hazel because there are no sidewalks. And we're seeing Prospect Point Road used as an alternate to a very busy Ridge Road right now. High-speed traffic. I don't know why NRP doesn't set up the stops on Prospect. They would have met their quota within the beginning first week of each month. So we're seeing increased traffic because Ridge is getting so congested. I just cannot understand how, when you put 191 cars, adding it to the traffic on Ridge, how that's not going to have any negative impact on the traffic, and it's going to impact the traffic on Prospect Point Road North. I think this is everything ranging from potential diminishing property values to a quality of life issue that I think we have to take a look at development and ask fundamental questions, being, it's not that the infrastructure can handle this development. Okay, the sewer trunk line can handle it. Fantastic. The grid can do this, the grid can do that. But what about the people? How is it going to impact the people? And I don't see how this development is going to help anyone and improve the quality of anyone's life on Prospect Point Road North. And I'll leave you with an analogy. And I was telling Dave this, and he concurs. Thank you, Dave. It's like when you're getting goosed on your cell phone bill, and then they have the audacity to run a commercial that says, if you're a new customer, you're going to get this great deal, but it's only applicable to new customers. And you stand there and you say, well, what the hell? I've been paying all this money for all these years. I'm an existing customer. Is my business not valuable? Is it not worthy? Well, we're sitting here as property owners. I moved back to Ridgeway in 2004 after spending 17 years in Toronto because I wanted to live here. I wanted small town charm. When we bought our house in Toronto, in the Roncesvalles neighborhood, we would never have bought our house under the shadow of a 5-story building. And that's in the most popular, the most dense city in our country. I didn't move back to Ridgeway to live in the shadow of a 5-story building. I would be in Etobicoke if I wanted that. I don't want that. I chose to bring my family back and live in Ridgeway to enjoy the small town charm, and I just can't see how this dense project in our neighborhood is going to increase our quality of life. So I wanted to express that, and I appreciate your time. And Councillor Lewis, no, I had no involvement in any previous town planning.
Thank you very much for your comments, Mr. Alexiak. We have the great pleasure of being able to manage the aspirations and ambitions of the people who live here and the directives that we get from the provincial government, whether we like it or not. But I want everyone here tonight to understand that we appreciate your comments, and staff should be taking feverish notes with respect
And I-
to a number of the issues that have been raised.
Your Worship, I understand what the province is doing, but this is the same province that tells us to jam seniors in our town that takes away our hospital and doesn't give us the health care to take care of our seniors.
I'm not going to be defending the provincial.
No, you know, so we need more houses, we need more this, we need more that. And other speakers have said this. It's not that we stand here in this island of isolation with our heads buried in the sand and say, no, 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 don't touch anything. We're just saying, let's have a development that suits our neighborhood. That's it. That's all. You know, we know we have to have more houses. We know this, and we don't oppose. We just want something that's a little more in line and that's going to improve the quality of our life. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lexick. Before you go, Mr. Lewis has a different question.
Oh.
I'm just, keep me going, I have lots. Thank you for your presentation. I do understand your concerns, and being a Ridgeway native, born and raised, and now residing in Crystal Beach, I understand the uniqueness of the neighborhood. You made a comment about no one is talking about the other projects and the high school as another one, and I just want to ask, what makes you think that's the case?
Well, okay, I should have clarified. No one this evening has broadened the context of the impact of this development, taking into effect the cumulative impact that these other developments are going to have. And I know it's apples and oranges, and this particular developer has no influence on those developments, but as the residents, as it's going to impact my street, I have to take a look at a broader picture and say, so now I am potentially going to look out my living room window and see a 5-story building, regardless of what the shadow angles is. I am going to see a 5-story building, and it's very possible that I'm going to have headlights shining into my living room and bedroom window from the parking lot for the 91 units that are now parking in the lot behind the building, which potentially will be pointing eastwards towards my neighbors and will filter through to my windows too. So that's a potential concern.
And then if I can just continue, Your Worship, you had mentioned the sidewalks on Prospect Point Road and the neighboring streets and the congestion of children
Yes.
coming out of the daycare. And you are aware that Councillor Christensen has brought that up numerous times when the developments in those neighborhoods have come before us
No, but thank you.
for application. Thank you.
Because our sidewalk ends on it just abruptly ends on the west side of Prospect.
And some people don't even want sidewalks, so let's...
Well, that's a good point too.
Put it that way.
That's a good point
Thank
too.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lexiak. Anyone else wish to address council this evening? Yes, please. Please come forward, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, Your Worship. My name's Brad Stade, and I don't live in the area. I live at 28 Charlotte Street. My father-in-law, who is moving down here, unfortunately is moving very close to the development. And watching the presentations, I've only been down here since July of last year, and watching the slideshow, I think there's a lot of things that the town hasn't sort of taken into consideration before they presented this. So the development has, I didn't see any place where they're putting snow. So that means they're going to be taking up a parking space with the snow. I didn't see any disabled handicap spots. For a seniors building where everybody's going to be in some type of mobile device, and I don't know, you go to the grocery store now or any of the plazas, and you can't get a spot in a handicap spot because they're all taken. Handicap spots are larger than regular spots so people can access their mobility equipment. On top of that, the fire department isn't going to make that turn coming in that access route. Nobody's obviously gone and measured the wheelbase and the turning radius of the aerial truck that's going to have to get in there. The amount of cars parked there is going to be astronomical. I'll tell you right now, the condominium corp's going to have problems with visitors parking. I lived in a spot that was going to be a seniors building, and halfway through the construction, they changed to a regular building. They didn't have enough parking. People were having to find parking outside the area. And then the street starts to get cluttered, and you have kids running out between parked cars, seniors walking between parked cars, and it's just nothing but a tragedy going to happen there. As much as they want to say it's going to be a seniors building, they can't discriminate if somebody comes in and buys 6 or 7 units and wants to rent them out. I was only there for a short time because I had to find a place while my house was being built. But I had 3 vehicles. My wife had a vehicle, I had 2. We had 1 parking spot. And most of the people in the building were in the same problem. Our only saving grace was there was a church with a big parking lot that we were allowed to park in. And the street's going to get cluttered. Right now, there's no parking really where my father-in-law is going. Again, I won't blame you particularly, but somebody in the planning department allowed an apartment building to go in with no visitors parking. It's only got 16 units, but there's no visitors parking. There's only enough for 1 space for each unit. So I think there's going to be a lot more issues than just what people are raising today with the traffic. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
Sir, how do you spell your last name?
S-T-A-D-E.
Thank you. And my understanding is that this isn't a seniors building in the sense that it's being constructed only for seniors. I think the target market is retirees, but you're quite correct. There's no guarantee that that's who will live here.
And they won't be able to afford to live there. Although if they make the apartments $400, the monthly fees are going to be $1,500. You know, it's crazy.
Before you go, do any other members of council have any questions of Mr. Stade? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Stade. Thank you for your presentation. I just going back to your comment about the fire truck. You may not be aware, but actually I'll present it as a question. Are you aware that the site plans and all these things are actually approved by our fire department, and the layout and the wheelbase and everything is all measured, and it's actually approved by them?
And it's not.
So you're disagreeing with our fire department?
The fire department looked at your plans and said, yeah, we can go there. But you go and take, okay, so in your site plan, you're going to put in, because it's a condo, it'll be a firewood parking. And it's a sign, and we all know people don't obey the signs. So you're going to have parked cars there, whether you know it or not. You're going to have parked cars there. But speaking from experience, even measuring out a plow truck with a wing on it to place no parking signs, it took a lot more room than I had anticipated. So I don't think from looking at that site plan, that truck coming in from the emergency exit would make a right-hand turn to go down to those townhouses. In fact, I think he'd be hard-pressed to go to left.
I appreciate where you're coming from. It's just understand our fire department and our staff are involved in this process. But I appreciate your opinion and sharing that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's helpful to get those reservations from the public because we can always follow up on that. So thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else who wishes to address council? Yes, please come forward, sir.
Hi, Stan Sauer, S-A-U-E-R, 509 Prospect Point Road North in Ridgeway. My wife and I returned from living in Toronto, where we'd been 40 and 45 years. We retired here 4 years ago. when both of us left 40 and 45 years ago, the egress from the QEW to Ridgeway was essentially the Sodom, Stevensville, Gorham, whatever it becomes after that, road, and it was 2 lanes. It's still 2 lanes. An awful lot of development has gone in. I know that's not your purview, that's regional purview. So, but it is something, it is traffic. I mean, we've talked about the local traffic as far as what's happening in the subdivision, but I would ask everyone to keep that in mind as well, and putting in context the other developments that have been mentioned tonight. If any of you have traveled that thoroughfare throughout the day, you will notice that it's very heavily trafficked, and that few, if any, of the vehicles are traveling under the speed limit. The other thing that I did want to mention, with respect, and certainly our neighbor has done a great job of characterizing the neighborhood and what fits in, what might not fit in. And certainly the renderings of what we saw with respect to the condo were lovely. So is Buckingham Palace, so is Casa Loma, so is the Taj Mahal, and they wouldn't fit in our neighborhood either. So I would ask that that be kept in mind. The other thing that I did want to, or that I didn't hear referred to at all, there's a sign in Niagara Falls, or I guess it's as you're going into Virgil at Mountain Road and Portage, with a condominium that was supposed to go up, and it says, you know, this many percent, this many percent. It was supposed to be starting building in 2020, and obviously the pandemic influenced that. Is this going to be built all at once, or is on speculation that they will be sold? Or is this going to be the kind of situation where we just see a sign there that this percent, this percent, this percent has been sold and waiting sale? Because I didn't hear that discussed at all. The other thing with respect to housing supply and, you know, companies that have done market specs for this, that I hope it is not the same company that did the market appreciation for this. I hope it's not the same one that also did the work for Royal Ridge, because I think if you know the area at all, you know that Royal Ridge and going like hotcakes are seldom used in the same sentence. So I would ask that people keep that in mind. That's what I had to say.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Mr. Lewis, I have not participated since we've come back. We have not, but I did order on Amazon cat o' nine tails for my wife and I, and we'll be using them in lieu of not being involved to the extent that we should.
That seems a little extreme. We weren't expecting that, and you can take that off the list if you wish. Do any members of council have any questions? Appreciate your comments, Mr. Sauer, and I will share with you at a later date how people get in and out of Ridgeway without using Sodom Road.
Well, Point Avenue is great, and Ridgemount Road is...
Speak to your neighbors, I'll tell you how to get in. Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to address council? Mr. Van Helvert, you've already had a crack at it, and if you want to provide us with additional information, I would suggest... Pardon?
They're just questions that have arisen out of what was said here tonight.
Yeah, okay, so, Mr. Patton, is there anyone in the digital waiting room?
Not right now, Your Worship.
Mr. Van Helvert, what I would suggest you do is send in a further email with those additional questions, because they will go to staff, they will go to council, There will be issues that we'll be looking at when we deal ultimately with the recommendation report. Otherwise, we could be going round and round here. Is there anyone else that wishes to address council? If not, Mr. Clerk, any additional emails that have been received subsequent to the preparation of the report?
Yes, Your Worship. Staff received written comments from the following individuals: Marvin Regal, 780 Ridge Road North; Joseph and Don Garvey. I was not able to confirm an address for that comment. Linda Christie, 3660 Hazel Road. These comments will form part of the public record and have been forwarded to council and planning staff to be considered and included in the future staff report.
Thank you. And there are 90 pages of emails that we received prior to this, so all of that information is part of the public record. There being no other individuals addressing council, I'm going to declare this public meeting closed. We're going to move on with dealing with the information report that Mr. Vanderveen has prepared. That's PDS 17, 2024. Councillor Christensen, I understand you have the resolution to put that on the floor.
Yes, Your Worship. That council receives for information purposes report PDS 17, 2024 regarding a proposed combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 436, 440 Ridge Road North.
Do you have a seconder?
Seconded by Councillor McDermott.
Thank you. That report is on the floor then for questions or comments. Well, Councillor Lewis.
Since I've asked a bunch of questions, now I'll make a bunch of statements. I just want to mention, and I will be supporting the information report tonight because I find it very hard to support voting against receiving more information. And I know staff have been listening, and I know council have certainly heard from a number of the residents. You know, one of the delegates who made a presentation tonight spoke about some of the campaign promises, and I know I campaigned quite clearly on the need for increased housing, and that is housing that takes on all types and sizes. So whether that be affordable housing, attainable housing, or anything above, certainly is needed. I know I am approached often by, let's say, those senior than me, just to be clear, that there is a need for apartment style or condos, smaller housing blocks within Fort Erie. And I think that does include all neighborhoods in Fort Erie. But at the same time, I am cognizant of the concerns of the neighborhood and the need to strike that balance so that those living in the immediate area are not negatively affected, or the negative effects of that proposal are limited based on what we can influence with a developer that may or may not be prepared to work with us towards some compromise. I know there's been extensive consultation on the neighborhood plan, the official plan, the secondary plan. I was involved in the Crystal Beach neighborhood plan, the first one 20 years ago as a councillor. And the reason I ask the involvement is often when that is happening, there is minimal involvement in those discussions, no different than there's often minimal involvement in our budget consultations and the budget meetings leading up to the annual budget. I am concerned about the number of units on the total property and the 19 or so requests that are being made. And it was brought up tonight that the developer did purchase the property knowing the limitations with the property and the zoning that was currently in place. That being said, I would be somewhat more interested in entertaining setback requests if there was an affordable housing component to an application like that, and I don't see that this evening. I just want to also say that and I know a number of you as well, are frustrated with the amount of, and it was brought up tonight, the amount of pre-existing subdivisions or applications that have been approved by the municipality that have never gone anywhere. And I know that's something we've all talked about, even in strategic planning. And it is very frustrating to see new applications coming through when the existing ones that have been previously approved by either this council or previous councils still sitting on the books with no movement. And I'm glad Your Worship, that you asked the question about time limitations on development, because I do think we need to look at that when it comes to new development, and I also think we need to look at what do we do to try and incentivize the properties that are within urban area boundaries where applications have been approved for housing, but they continue to sit and there is no development. So hopefully if any of those property owners are listening, come see us, because we do need housing and we do need to find a solution. And unfortunately, that is in somebody's backyard. I just want to ask staff 2 questions. There was some concern about drainage, and I know staff are going to get back to us on that. But one of the questions I had was with respect to the neighboring properties that have trees, and the development proposal that's coming forward will have an impact potentially if those properties were to agree to have those trees removed, which I can't see anyone agreeing to do that. But how does that whole process work? Because I don't recall, at least in this term of council, having that scenario where, you know, neighboring trees are being requested by the developer to have an impact on them and be taken down. So I'm wondering if staff can't provide more information on that tonight, if certainly in the information or the recommendation report that will come following this, if that can certainly be addressed. But those are just my comments this evening.
Did you want answers to those questions?
I love answers to questions, yes. So,
Ms. DeWarrior, can you respond to either of those questions with respect to drainage or the trees?
Yes, Your Worship. So I'll start with the trees portion of the question. So we would be working with the developer to get an updated plan, because the previous tree saving plan that was submitted was based on the initial plan, which had the parking garage. Now the parking garage has been removed, so we would be expecting a revised or an updated tree preservation plan from the applicant. And if the owner of the property or the abutting property doesn't want the tree to be removed, if it's entirely on that property, the developer would not be able to remove that tree, because if the tree is contained on neighboring property, exclusively on the neighboring property, they have no right to cut that tree. But we would be working closely with the developer to ensure that the trees are protected and getting an updated plan.
thank you, Your Worship, and if I can continue, and thank you, Director, for that answer. So in the instance where a tree is, say, 6 feet away from a property line, not a lot line tree, but the canopy of the tree goes over the lot line, so the root system from that tree would be bigger than the 6 feet distance from the lot line. How is the issue of the root system of those trees addressed in terms of potential impact because of a development, not specifically this one, but just one in general?
Your Worship, we would be working we would be getting an updated plan, and that would show, that should have and include the report from an arborist that would say how the drip line of the tree would impact, if at all that drip line would impact the health of that tree in future. So we would be getting that information, but hopefully after listening to the comments provided at council, the applicant would be revising their plan to ensure that trees are protected in future.
Thank you. And the last question, in terms of the endangered species associated potentially with the property and the red-headed woodpecker, sorry, it's been a long day. And now I've lost my train of thought. Would EAC be a committee that would look at this proposal in terms of comments?
Ms. DeWarrior?
Yes, Your Worship. So regarding the red-headed woodpecker, I believe Mr. Van der Veen had mentioned that he had sent that information to the ministry. We are waiting to hear a response back from them, but if the response comes back and this is a natural habitat for red-headed woodpecker, then the plans would have to be obviously revised, because it's a protected species.
Okay. And yeah, and sorry for the pause there. It's been a long morning because I commute up Sodom Road at 5 in the morning to get to Guelph, and there is no traffic at that time.
There you go. There's the answer. Anything further, Councillor Lewis?
Nothing, thank you.
Any other councillors? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you very much, Councillor Lewis. You kind of hinted on many of my same thoughts and concerns. I'm just going to come out. I speak plainly, and I can be a open book at times, sometimes to my own detriment. But I'll just lay out how I feel about the situation and where my thought process is going. And I want to thank everyone coming out this evening and speaking. The dialogue that we receive here is very, very important. Council, we do our best to engage the public, receive feedback, and work and listen to residents. So this is important, and I want to thank you all. It's no one likes coming out, on a Thursday night to town hall, but you guys did tonight, and you need to be commended for that, and I thank you very much. I think the challenge that I'm wrestling right now is the existing official plan usage on this property. And before anyone starts booing or hissing at me, please let me finish, because there's a lot of parts to this. Back in about 2013, we approved a secondary plan for this property. And part of the designation on that property was medium density, 25 to 75 units a hectare, up to 4 floors. And we're kind of working within that framework right now. And I know it is, with all the development going on in Ridgeway, it's hitting everyone at once. And the comment that Councillor McDermott made to me on the weekend, with us in our end, on the east end of town, there's a different type of development, and had this proposal come for our end of town, the reception would probably be very different because of the fabric of the neighborhoods, the way things are laid out, the arterial roads. It would probably just be a much different situation. So I'm just going to say flat out what I'm expecting to see in a recommendation report, hearing from residents tonight, and all of the comments that residents have made. We have an existing official plan designation for this property. We have an existing zoning for this property. It may not be everything that residents want, but it is in place. And it's fairly recent. It's not something that we're talking about 20, 30, 40 years ago. It's far more recent, where we did our planning, we did our outreach, and we did our studies to determine that this was necessary. So I'm going to be supporting this, as Councillor Lewis is tonight, for information purposes, to get more information and to move forward. But as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to a recommendation report, that 5th floor is a non-starter. I think it was rather interesting that it originally started off as a 4-floor building within the height scope of the zoning, and then the compromise, quote unquote, was to go up to 5 floors. I think that just seems a little odd. For me, the density, we know that the upper limit is 75 units a hectare. I understand residents may not be happy with that, but that is in place, and I'm not prepared to accept anything higher than that when we just recently had a public process to put in place a secondary plan for this area that affected this property. Parking, members of council have mentioned earlier, and we had some discussions. We have had several developments that have come forward that have done parking along entrance roads, and I think we did approve one on Garrison Road, which is currently under construction right now, and we actually ended up requesting that sprinklers be put into the buildings out of concern that if there was a fire or something along those lines on the entrance, that we need that extra space. But we've had them removed from other developments going forward. There was the one on Rebstock Road. There's no parking there now. Also one in my own ward on Walden Boulevard. There was parking along the entrance road, and we removed that as well. So that's kind of a non-starter for me. So looking at all of this, for me to even entertain moving forward, we have a height limit, we have a density limit, and those right there, I think we need to adhere to. The public has made it quite clear that they're not happy even about this, so I don't know why we would move forward and accept even more. The parking, we may have some room to wiggle on that, I think, but again, if we eliminate some units, get the density under control, I think that may help our parking concerns. If a recommendation report comes back and these concerns haven't been addressed, I'm a fairly progressive individual. I'm fairly willing to do new things that residents and individuals may not be accustomed to. I'm willing to entertain arguments in that fashion, but if we have something that exceeds those, I'm prepared to say no, and we'll just let the Ontario Land Tribunal sort it out. You know, it's one of those situations where someone else may say yes, but it's certainly not going to be me if it goes beyond that. So those are my thoughts. I understand it may not be what the residents want to hear. I also understand it may not be what the applicant wants to hear, but that's what I'm wrestling with right now, and I very much look forward to the recommendation report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. Anyone else? Councillor Christensen and then Councillor McDermott.
I would like to comment or to state that I am very much with Councillor Dubanow and with Councillor Lewis on their comments. So I'm not going to repeat them because I think Councillor Dubanow has said it quite strongly. I do want to say that the issues of the cumulative impact of several developments in Ridgeway, when I was considering all of your comments, sort of kept me awake at night because that's at the back of my mind all the time. One of the gentlemen who I see has left reminds me of it constantly, and he broached it with me prior to my election. So I keep it the cumulative impact on Ridgeway, the number or the proportion of the overall town's building activity in the last 10 years, that is the proportion that is Ridgeway's, has given me cause to comment from time to time, and I'm saying it publicly now. And the other issue that I've raised for about the last 6 years is the impact on Sodom Road. I'll just leave that, the tri-named road. And the fact that that is a regional responsibility to figure it out, but we're the ones who are living with it. And just recently, I've been going up and down that road at more normal working hours. I usually, I don't do 5 o'clock in the morning, but it's usually either after hours or midday, and I've done it several times during work times, and it's not pleasant. And it was pleasant when I first moved down here. It's not pleasant anymore. So I do want to say that. I do hope that out of the discussion that we come up with tonight, that we come up with some options that are, I guess, more palatable to the community and to me. I will also say that with respect to Ms. Brunton's comments and her quote back at me, another part of that was the whole issue of balance and management, where we do need options, housing options, particularly for a range of people, but older adults who want to sell their homes and move into perhaps apartments. So that is something that's essential as a balance in the community. And I'm also responsible for ensuring economic success in Ridgeway. So there is that balance as well. If there are more people within reason, they continue to support a vital and alive district in the downtown core. So but I would say that I'm going to support receipt of the information report, and with the hope that we do get more information. The issue of the trees and the drip line is quite critical. We've got a development, as you all know, at Prospect and Hazel that has a 200-year tree. We were able to negotiate a way to save it. And we negotiated a way to reconfigure. Much smaller development, much smaller site, but there was a willingness to negotiate. The scale is very different, but I'm hoping we can get to a yes somehow. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Councillor McDermott.
Thank you, Worship. I really do appreciate public meetings because, you know, we get to hear varied opinions of the different wards that we live in. Councillor Dubanow just mentioned we had this conversation about this building at my end of town, for instance. We have apartment buildings down at our end of town. We have a pretty good group of mixed housing, so that building there would not look out of place. And I wish somebody would bring that building to my ward. However, I'm a Ridgeway boy myself. Lived out on Shirley Road from Poplar Road, Bethune. I lived out there a great deal, so I'm very aware of the thoughts of people from Ridgeway because really they haven't changed all that much. They haven't. And you know, that's not a put down. But every different ward has very different thoughts about how they should develop or how we should treat them. And that's the great thing about public meetings. We hear what you have to say. We try to mitigate these problems. If they go beyond that, we're kind of stuck in between a rock and a hard place because the provincial government has us in a place where if we turn it down, it goes to LPAT. If we pass it, it goes to LPAT. Yet they want to build houses swiftly. Well, you can't do that the way it's set up because you're going to get tied down at LPAT each and every time most of the time, unless it's like just a single house. Every development. I mean, I can't think of I bet you we've had 3 or 4 that I can remember, maybe even more than that ends up at LPAT, and somebody who doesn't know you, hasn't heard you, and will probably only hear from the delegation, the 3 or 4 people that will do that at LPAT, they don't understand you. So sometimes those decisions don't go in your favor. That's why we at council figure that we try to mitigate the circumstances the best way we can and cooperate with each other, cooperate with regards to things like the red-headed woodpecker. We take cutting down trees very seriously. This is a council that actually tries to mitigate and tries to move things along quickly so that everybody's happy. But you know what? You can't always do that. We try our very best to do that at this council. I've never actually seen a council that operates as well as this one does. And not because I sit on it, I don't make that much of a difference. It's the people that you work with and the common themes that you see regularly, and then working together to try to make the residents as comfortable as they can be in their own homes. So I'll be supporting this information because your information's got to go in that report. So there's no way I'm going to turn that down. And we'll look forward to the reconsideration motion down the line. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor McDermott. Anyone else? Ms. Dilwari, I just had a few questions, and the first relates to the traffic study that was done. Did that traffic study take into account any data that might arise from the proposed developments at the Ridgeway Crystal Beach High School site and the former Birdie Senior Elementary School site?
Your Worship, I would like to defer that question to Mr. Vanderveen, the scope of the traffic study.
To Mayor Redekop, bear with me, I'm not an engineer, let alone a traffic engineer. The report was based on sort of engineering standards for preparing traffic estimates on kind of background traffic increases. It did not factor in the developments ongoing in the area specifically.
The other question that I had related to the species at risk that Mr. Van Helvert had spoken about, the red-headed woodpecker. If we get to a point where staff has to provide council with a recommendation report because 150 days are running out, Ms. Dewaria, we can impose a condition, can we not, that at least be cleared before the development proceeds?
Yes, Your Worship. So if we come to that situation, we would, and depending upon how council wants to proceed with it, we can always put a holding provision that no development can occur till the time we have received clearance from the ministry.
The other concern that I have relates to the trees and the periphery of this parcel of land that's going to be developed. We have an example where an ancient walnut tree was killed because of the disruption of the roots. Do we have any mechanism to deal with that, to ensure that if there is development that proceeds on this parcel, the trees that have a drip line that goes into the development parcel will at least be protected?
Yes, Your Worship, we'll definitely look into that. We would get an updated report from the arborist, and we would ensure that these trees along the periphery would be protected.
Okay. And can we have the fire department take a closer look at the access into this property and how they would deal with any emergencies that might arise if there was any type of blockage, and also get some comments about the parking along the access route, if you could.
Yes, Your Worship.
There's a number of places in this report that state that technical issues will be dealt with at the site plan stage or the plan of condominium approval stage. I know that there's a reason for that, but I find it challenging to make decisions ultimately at the recommendation report stage without knowing whether these issues are going to be adequately addressed. Is there any likelihood that we'll get some further insight into those items at the recommendation report stage?
Your Worship, we can try to look into the updated reports about drainage and traffic, etc. But some of the issues are more detailed that are typically dealt at the site plan stage. At the zoning stage, we are looking into the land use part of it. If this proposed land use is suitable or compatible with the surrounding land uses. That's the intent of a zoning bylaw amendment, but the detailed design is usually looked after at the site plan stage.
Okay, thank you. And I wonder if I could hand the chair over to you, Councillor Flagg. You've remained silent. I just have some comments. I indicated at the outset what the process is with respect to this. You may sit down, Mr. Van der Veen, sorry. And so I don't want to be shifting responsibility to the provincial government, although the provincial government bears a lot of responsibility for the decisions that we have to make. And you know, we've got a developer, a property owner that has rights. And I want to make clear that every property owner has rights. I think I said that at the very beginning, and that includes the developer. The question really is, and a number of delegations spoke to it, how do we manage growth? How do we sustain our infrastructure? And how do we protect existing neighborhoods and our natural heritage? And so we will hear things like compatible doesn't mean the same as, but the reality is that we have, and Ms. Brunton made reference to a number of developments which in their place probably are appropriate, although we've taken issue with some of them that she's raised. This is a significant change to an existing neighborhood. And if we really take some responsibility for how the community grows, we have to look at existing neighborhoods. And we have a number of policies that deal with that. We try to make sure that if there's a new subdivision that the outer portions of the subdivision more accurately reflect the surrounding neighborhoods as opposed to the internal. Okay, that wouldn't be tonight, I don't think. And you just threw me off my chain of thought. Yeah, we were talking about what we're doing with new subdivisions, so more mirror the existing neighborhoods on the outside, in the interior, more perhaps dense development. This doesn't fit that. This would be easier to deal with if it wasn't a condominium project, in my view. The fact that it is a condominium project is a little challenging for a couple of reasons. We don't really, in my view, need condo apartment units. What we need is rental apartment units. What we need is affordable housing units, and I know that just from having heard the agent for the owner, you know, they're trying to find a price point that would be at least attainable, if not necessarily affordable, attainable. And I don't want Mr. Fisher for you to feel that we're trying to create problems for you. But what we're trying to do is oversee the responsible management of the growth of a community. And your one development that's very dense, and I agree with Councillor Dubanow on a number of the points that he raised. I think this is far too dense. I think that the parking on the access is something that I will not support. I wouldn't support a fifth story on an apartment building. I think that the parking and the height of the building and the number of units are all connected, so that if you deal with one, that's going to affect the other. That might affect your price point. I get that on the one hand. On the other hand, we do have lots of development proposals that have been approved in this community. So although we don't have the ability to say to a developer or a property owner, you get to go next, you get to go next, you can't proceed because there's this out there. We don't have that ability right now. We're looking at that as we go through our new official plan process. We're hoping that we'll be able to stage some of these developments so that we don't run into this predicament. But the reality is, we have a lot of approved and draft approved housing units on the books. We have two developments right now, one in Crystal Beach, one in Crescent Park, that have been site serviced and they're not being constructed. That's problematic because those are developments that take into account a variety of issues. They have been approved, they do meet all the criteria, and they fit in with the growth of the community. This is a challenge. You mix it in with the Ridgeway Crystal Beach High School site, you mix it in with the Birdie Senior Elementary site, and we've got a problem. And you know, the access from the QEW, quite correct. When the region went through its official plan process a while ago, they wanted to further expand our urban boundaries in Crystal Beach. I advised the region that I would not support that until we've got a solution for how people get in and out of Crystal Beach, and by definition, how they get in and out of Ridgeway from the QEW. That is a challenge, and you know, people want to move here. I get that. It has been a quaint area. I've been familiar with Ridgeway since I didn't grow up in Ridgeway, but I went to high school in Ridgeway. I practiced law in Ridgeway for 40-something years. And so I'm very familiar with Ridgeway. I'm very familiar with what's changed over the years. The reality is the whole community has changed. It's not just Ridgeway, it's Stevensville, it's Crystal Beach, it's parts of the old town of Fort Erie. It's all changing. Our responsibility is to try to make sure that we manage that and that we keep what the people of this community value in Fort Erie, that we keep that. And people want to be close to nature. They want to live in nice, quiet neighborhoods. I get that. That doesn't mean you can't grow. It means we can grow. Fort Erie has a geographical area the size of the city of Scarborough before it was amalgamated with Toronto. The city of Scarborough at the time of amalgamation had over 400,000 people living in it. I'm not suggesting that we're going to have 400,000 people, but what I'm suggesting is we're at 33,500 people. We've got room to grow if we do it properly, and if we listen to the residents, and if we listen to the aspirations of the people who live here. The people who move here want to move here because it has what the people who live and grow up here have had. And so we try to accommodate that, but the market research, these units, these aren't being built for people that live here. That isn't happening. These are being built for people that are going to move here, that want to move here. There's nothing wrong with that, but, that's the type of pressure that's being put on communities across the country. And the federal government says they want to bring in 500,000 people a year, and then many of those people want to go to Ontario, and the people in Toronto want to get out of Toronto because it's not their cup of tea. They want to come to smaller communities. It doesn't make any sense for us to grow and look like any of the communities in the GTA, because that's not why we're here, and that's not why people want to move here. So there's going to have to be modifications to the plan. Sorry. My view is there's going to have to be modifications. Is there going to be something on that parcel? There will be if the council and the developer and the staff can come up with something that fits what we've been hearing here tonight and fits our vision for the growth of this community. We have one responsibility. That is the community, the people that live in this community. We would like to be able to accommodate growth, and we've worked with many, many developers. It's not something that's new, and you may have even built in this community for all I know. But we do have our bottom lines. So just to go through essentially what Councillor Dubanow has said, I won't support a fifth story. I will not support parking on the access in. I will not support the density that's being proposed. I will support efforts to protect the trees in the vicinity and try to protect the existing neighborhood to the extent we can. I'm not telling the people that live in Ridgeway that there isn't going to be some type of development here. Please don't think that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that because these people have a right to build. The question is, what can they build and what will we approve? And if we make a decision and the developer doesn't agree with our decision, he'll be going to the Ontario Land Tribunal. And that's something that Councillor Dubanow, you referenced. We may be going there, but I'm hoping that we won't. I'm hoping that the developer will have heard the things that have been said, and will have heard that we'd like to work with him. But if you want to be part of our community, you got to help see the vision that we see, and perhaps we can get there. So thank you very much, Chair. I'm done for now.
You're done for now. Great. Anyone else? All right. Well, we have a motion on the floor to receive the report. I'll call the question.
Can I just say that when I vote to support this information report, it's just supporting information so that it moves forward. We have turned down reports at the information stage. It's gone directly to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and the problem from our perspective then becomes we haven't given staff the opportunity to fully go through all of the issues that need to be addressed. And so we'll do the information report. I'll support this just to get it moving forward, but I've set out my markers, as have other councillors. Thank you, Chair.
Done for now?
Yep.
Good.
Now.
Okay.
Vote quickly.
All right. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That carries. Turn it back to you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Flagg. Councillor McDermott, that takes it to you. It's consideration of bylaws, and this would be first and second reading for the confirmatory bylaw.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Christensen, that bylaw 38-2024 to confirm the actions of council at its special meeting held on April 18, 2024, is given first and second reading.
All those in favor? That is carried. And Councillor Flagg, you have the next resolution.
I do, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Dubanow, that bylaw 38-2024 is given third and final reading to be signed by the mayor and clerk under the corporate seal.
Questions or comments? All those in favor? That is carried. That takes us to you, Councillor Dubanow.
Yes, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Flagg that council adjourns at 9:49 p.m. to reconvene into a regular meeting of council on April 22nd, 2024.
All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you, folks.